massage or floor meetings in my bedroom.
All right, everybody, it's 7 o'clock. Let's get this ball rolling. Happy spring, everybody. Welcome to the Monday, March 22nd City Council meeting. Let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States
of America
and to the
republic
for
which it stands,
one
one
nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty
and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember James.
Here, present in Ferndale, Michigan.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Here, present in Ferndale, Michigan.
Thank you. Councilmember Mikulski.
Here, present in Ferndale.
Councilmember Polika.
Here in Ferndale, Michigan.
And Mayor Piana.
Here in Ferndale, Michigan. Next is the approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
Moved by Mikulski and supported by Polika.
Your Honor, I just wanted to bring to your attention, was there an issue regarding 8N that you wanted, since it was similar to the presentation on in 5C?
Yes, thank you. So there was some redundancy on the consent agenda. Council is going to be receiving a presentation on the short-term rentals, and right after the presentation and public comment, we are going to move into discussing and moving into a motion on that item. Because it is of high public interest and it's top on the agenda, so we're not going to make you wait till 10 o'clock to hear it. We have a long agenda tonight. So with that, can we have a friendly amendment to the motion?
If I could help frame the proposed amendment, it would be to delete item 8C from the consent agenda and to consider adoption of the proposed ordinance regarding short-term rental immediately after the presentation in item 5C.
Sorry, Council, I think you mean 8N.
8N.
Did I not say 8N?
No, you said 8C.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Councilman. I apologize for that mistake.
That's okay. I would support the change if Councilwoman Mikulski wants to make that change.
So let's see if I can get it straight. So I move that we approve the agenda while deleting item 8N from the agenda. And I know I'm missing part of that.
And it was to consider adoption of the proposed short-term rental ordinance immediately following the presentation in item 5C.
Okay, to consider adoption or to consider the item in 5C. I am just going to botch that completely.
Thank you for tackling it. So appreciate it.
I support that.
Moved by Mikulski and supported by Polika. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. Next is electronic meeting procedures. We've had some legislative churn. And so I'm going to hand it over to Dan to give us a brief update, please.
Thank you, Mayor. While there is a proposed Senate bill that has been introduced that would allow for remote meetings to continue through June 30th of this year, that has not yet been adopted into law. The current state of the Open Meetings Act would only allow for remote meetings through March 30th. And then council would be required, and its boards and commissions would be required to have in-person meetings. The alternative is for council to consider this evening a local resolution declaring a local emergency. And with that adoption, council and the proposed resolution for council's consideration this evening would extend the period for that local emergency through June 30th of 2021. That would authorize council and its boards and commissions to continue to have remote meetings based on the circumstance as it relates to COVID in the community and the protection of the public health.
Okay. So continue on until we get notice from you.
Well, actually, they're in your agenda this evening, in your consent agenda, there is the proposed adoption of a local emergency.
Yep. So it's hard to believe that a year ago I signed this. So to start the local response. All right. So thank you, Dan, for that update. And next I'm going to move on to presentations. And during our adoption of the presentation, our County Commissioner Charlie Cavell has joined the meeting. And so I'm going to just take some mayoral procedure here and ask him to be our first presenter. But Charlie, or Commissioner Cavell, I'm going to request you keep it short as we have a very lengthy agenda tonight. But welcome,
Okay.
Glad to see you.
Very subtle hint noted. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just want to say, I guess the real quick version is today is the day that everyone 16 and up with health concerns or with a disability is eligible for the COVID vaccine. April 5th is when everyone 16 and up is eligible for the COVID vaccine. You're able to start getting in line now. Save your spot, oaklandcountyvaccine.com. You can call Nurse on Call. And the quick funnel of where we've been to where we are, 4.3 million doses administered in Michigan, 468,000 in Oakland County as a whole, 153 has been delivered by your Oakland County government, 22,000 doses were delivered last week that we've put in arms, and now that means in Oakland County, 30% of all of our residents have been vaccinated at least with one of the 2 shots or with the Johnson & Johnson shot. So we are cresting the wave. Would love to talk to anyone further. I'll give the clerk all the contact info to get all the information to be in touch with the 18th district. Was that quick enough? Oh.
Mel, you're on mute.
Got caught by that. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for bringing this update. And I appreciate you working with me and about vaccinations and vaccination sites. And also wanted to say Councilwoman Laura Mikulski has been helpful as well, trying to get something going in Ferndale. So stay tuned.
Yeah, exciting things that we were all working on this weekend. So thank you to all of you who were so instrumental in nudging that forward. I really can't thank you enough.
Through the chair, I have a quick question, if I may.
Sure.
Charlie, is there any way to identify how many people in Ferndale have been vaccinated? We're able to identify, how many have been administered in the county, but I'm sure a lot of people would like to know if it's, 10%, 15%.
Yeah, so the way that they've been tracking that, the numbers have not been very current. So there is a way on the Michigan COVID dashboard to look at the county, and then through that you can click around and find a way to see that. But the numbers are kind of out of date because I've heard this from other people. And the reason it's out of date is because most of the health department for Oakland County government is actually in fire stations putting shots in arms. But more than happy to look into that and get you a better answer if you like.
Nope, I appreciate the feedback. I really do. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right, moving along. Next is 5B, technically, resolution of support of affirmations, and our city manager is going to introduce this.
Thank you, Mayor. We have prepared a resolution of support for our community partner and an institution affirmations following a protest that was frankly antithetical to city values and I think the community values in general. Following the protest, Executive Director Garcia met with Chief Emmy, the DDA Director Linda Stevens, and I to discuss the potential of more disruptions like this. And we thought it'd be appropriate to bring a resolution of support to City Council. It never hurts to refresh, reaffirming that affirmation, two affirmations rather. I messed that up, what I was intending. So with that, we did prepare a resolution. I thought I'd give this opportunity to Executive Director Garcia also to just speak a little bit about what he's experiencing. Although we might have to elevate him, Kyle.
I see him here.
He is unmuted. Go.
Hi, David.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you for being here tonight.
Of course. Thank you all. I just wanted to say thank you to the City Council. You know, it was a difficult day last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, actually, when we were protested out front. You know, it's interesting to me that we have so-called Christian protesters out front of Affirmations as our food program was happening in the back of Affirmations. As many of you know, our Let Us Help food program has served over 4,500 individuals in our community, and we don't ask them if they're gay or straight. So while we were doing that, we got hit in the front with the signs that we're all very familiar with. The community was very upset. A lot of people started to show up. Your police department handled themselves very professionally. I appreciate that. I did get a call from my vice president this morning that there is word that some of these folks are going to be coming back this week. So I have talked to many of you on City Council and in your police department and trying to figure out a way to deal with these folks when they're outside of Affirmations and to keep the peace. We have to respond. I hope that that response can be virtual and raise money for Affirmations. To date, we've raised over almost $8,000 in counter protests to what happened. And Mayor, I want to thank you particularly for, you know, taking the time. It was your birthday at the time, and, you know, you reached out to your friends and family. And of that almost $8,000 that Affirmations raised because of this protest, over 1,000 of that was yours. And I want to thank you personally for that. I want to do what I can to make sure that there isn't a brinksmanship of, you know, if we put speakers on top of our sky deck and try to drown them out with Lady Gaga within the boundaries of what is legally permitted, then they come back and do the same thing. Now the downtown businesses are upset because things are very loud all of a sudden. If we put a 100-foot rainbow flag between them and 9 Mile and with volunteers, then what do they do next? So this tit for tat, this brinksmanship concerns me. We had a lot of residents in Ferndale that were driving by and rolling down their windows of their cars and yelling out at these folks and getting very angry that they were there in front of Affirmations in the heart of our city. I can't always control that. And I want to work with City Council and the police department and our community to make sure that nothing bad happens and that nobody gets hurt. But I think these guys are going to keep coming back. They have a right to be on the sidewalk within reason. That's their First Amendment rights. But our community has a right to respond. And we just have to make sure that whatever happens moving forward is as safe as we can make it. And I appreciate the cooperation with the city and the police. And we'll continue to keep those communication lines open and do the best that we can as a community to confront this hate when we see it and when we're confronted with it. We're doing the best we can, and any ideas and support that you all have, you know, I have an open door for you all.
Thank you, David, so much for being here. And I think, you know, I'll open it up to council to say anything, but on behalf of all of council, I know that we support you and our city working together to find the best response possible so that everybody is safe at Affirmations in the community in the downtown. And it is unfortunate that our times that we still have to stay diligent on these issues. Not only are you know, discrimination against the LGBTQ communities going up, but also our Jewish community. And we are very committed to anti-racism and addressing racism. So, you know, we are a committed partnership here with you.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I'd like to read the resolution and perhaps we could all give comments after.
Yes, please do.
The resolution reads as follows. Recently, a few non-resident protesters expressing values antithetical to the city of Ferndale have demonstrated in front of Affirmation's LGBTQ+ community center, underscoring that our community values of inclusiveness, integrity, inspiration, and innovation oppose bigotry and inequalities, require continual effort and vigilance, and the ideals of our vision as a benchmark for a modern community that embraces the richness of diversity and brings inclusive hospitality to life stand in direct opposition with the hateful and divisive rhetoric espoused by bigots. Civic leaders are encouraged to unite in strength to stand against bigoted demonstrators, speech, and rhetoric to ensure it does not become common and accepted in our region. Knowing that these activities have occurred recently in front of a community institution compels the council and administration to speak with one voice, and illustrating and memorializing our community values is one of the key purposes of a resolution. And striving to be a more inclusive community benefits the city and region as one entity. Now, therefore, the City Council and the City of Ferndale do resolve as follows. Be it resolved that the Ferndale City Council affirms that Affirmations is a community institution that provides critical services to members of the LGBTQ+ community and the Ferndale community at large. We stand united with Affirmations, and we speak out against anyone who wishes to divide us by prejudice. I just want to share some thoughts. You know, I know when these type of events happen outside Affirmations or at Pride, at, you know, any of our events, you know, the first thing I would like to do is, you know, go right up in their face and just be as loud and boisterous as they are. I want to put myself in front of them and just tell them off. The problem is that ends up giving them ammunition. The best thing to, in my personal opinion, the best thing to do is to starve them of attention. If we just ignore them, they have nothing to fuel their anger. Instead of going out there and protesting, you know, let's, you know, go online and encourage people to support the community center through donations or volunteering. That's the way that we're going to beat this. We're not going to beat this through just having, you know, people yelling and screaming at each other in front of the building, because honestly, they had video cameras themselves. They had their cell phones, they were recording, and to them, they could do exactly what we're hoping to do. They could use that, you know, video to show, look at what we're trying to fight, you know, give us money so we can keep going out there and protesting against, you know, our you know, our world, our beliefs, our who we are as people. So I just encourage you to make it peaceful when we're dealing with them. And thank you very much. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing, David.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Councilman Polka. Are there any other comments from council?
Through the chair, I just want to say very quickly that I really appreciate you coming to the meeting, David, and giving us some guidance on how we can support Affirmations and support the LGBT community in this moment. And just to echo what Councilman Polka said, this kind of behavior has happened in Ferndale before. It'll happen again. And I too encourage residents and visitors to respond by showing love to Affirmations and showing love to the LGBT community. It's a good time to put up pride flags at home, make a donation to Affirmations, and not bring more attention to the folks who are here to start a fight.
Right. Right.
All right. Well, thank you so much, David, for being here. And, you can contact me anytime if you need anything.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate that.
Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
All right, moving on. The next agenda item is 5C, Business Promotional Pilot Update. And I believe it is Jordan Twardy who is introducing this item.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, folks at home, and guests from near and far. I'm going to share my screen here and pull up a presentation. Is everyone able to see the presentation? I'm getting some good head nods. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So there's obviously information in the packet. So there's a complimentary item to this in the consent agenda. But knowing this stacked agenda this evening, what our strategy was is to provide a quick update on the program as a whole and summarize the key findings. And there's essentially a data dump that goes along with the report that's in the packet in that consent agenda item. So this presentation is just a very succinct attempt to capture the highlights so that folks who didn't have time to dive into that treasure trove of info can get the gist of what's going on, as well as how this program went since we started it near the end of last year in response to COVID-19. Very quickly, I just want to acknowledge that our vendor, Pitch Black, is on the line with us. So Suntran and Brendan Hunt are going to be on here, and they'll add some context as I go through, but they'll also be available for question and answer to any kind of technical questions or information that folks want to dive in deeper as it relates to the analytics side of things. I also want to give a very quick shout out to Councilmember Mikulski for going out of her way throughout this program to really share her insights as an expert in this field to help my department and my team keep this program on track, keep it calibrated, and ask the right questions when it comes to, are we getting value out of this data? Her insight has been a huge help to me, and I just really appreciate that because my goal, again, is to make this a success for our businesses. So I really, really appreciate that. So without further ado, launching right into it, in theory. There we go, perfect. So just kind of a recap, in case you're hearing this for the first time, just a recap of why we did this program. So it was designed to do three things. It was, we had 400 one-on-one business engagements over the course of a couple months once we started partnering with the Ferndale Area Chamber of Commerce to get some extra capacity to engage our businesses in response to COVID-19. Overwhelmingly, what these businesses wanted us to do was get in the space of civic promotion and boosting business activity. So we approached this with three goals. So of course, to increase customer traffic to our businesses to soften the impacts of COVID-19, to promote the city of Ferndale and our business community as a whole with consistent, effective advertisement, and also important to help the city and our business community develop more effective promotions. So building our business intelligence as a city to understand what makes a compelling ad, what are the customers that come to Ferndale looking for, demographic information, interests, and how can we take advantage of the momentum that already is generated by folks who come to Ferndale. We have a lot of anecdotal experience of what makes Ferndale a popular place for visitors, and we want to capture that data so that we can empower our businesses and our civic promotion efforts to be more effective with every dollar spent, and also to minimize those dollars spent for things like sales and engagement. So this is kind of how it worked, and I won't read every word on this slide. But this is just for those that remember when this item was approved late last year. This is a very familiar slide, but basically this was fueled by $50,000 in funding from City Council in 2020 to as part of a $100,000 package of business support activities. So we recruited businesses. We had 19 participate in the program, and we worked with each business, including with our vendor Pitch Black, who's a digital marketing firm out of Pleasant Ridge, to set every business up to participate. So activating their account, getting their information plugged in, and getting them ready to run ad content. We subsidized setup costs and part of monthly fees for data analytics tools So what we did is we got each business set up in a way for their Google listing to track advertisement engagement. So when they put an ad out there on Google, or when they have their business listing on Google, we could track the types of engagement that happen with their ads, happen with their digital listing. And then we work with Pitch Black to compile and analyze that data. And anyone who dove into that consent item, you saw some of the data that we've collected so far. And so what happened is, in addition to businesses running their own ads, we ran a series of campaigns aimed at civic promotion and boosting business. We partnered with the DDA and Chamber on that. And so you'll see more in a couple slides, some details on the campaigns that we ran. In addition, what we're doing, and you saw sort of the first dump of that if you dove into that council item, we're going to be making all of that data available, and we're going to be turning that into a toolkit. I'll talk about that more in a moment, but basically what we wanted to do is from this investment, because we were only able to help 19 businesses, which is a decent amount, but there's a lot more in our downtown and our city, of course. And so we wanted all the lessons that we learned from this experience, we want to share with the entire business community so that everyone can take advantage of it. One of our big missions with this was to make this kind of digital advertising accessible to the small businesses in our community. So we're going to make all that data available in a way that's easy to digest and understand. So these are just a few snapshots. Okay, so this is just a quick snapshot of sort of what we saw on our end when we were tracking ads, and what businesses each have their own platform that they could access. What you're seeing on this slide is the aggregate data. So this is the campaign wide. So you can see how it says, you know, there's items 1 through 10 here. This is just one page. This is a screenshot. But if you look at the bottom where you see advertising conversions, this is sort of an aggregate snapshot of the activity from November 2020 through February 2021. And so you're seeing the word conversion a lot. So I'll start with this big screenshot here. Conversions are essentially a specific type of engagement, and that's different for every user. You can see if you look at under the words event name up here, these are different types of conversions, and you can see the different amounts of times that they occurred. So for example, DDA click to partner site. So DDA ran the collaborative effort Unbox the Holidays. They had unboxtheholidays.com. Every time an ad for Unbox the Holidays led to a click to one of our businesses that we advertised, that was counted right here. So you could see the counts there. So that's just a general snapshot of what you're looking at from the impact there. So over the course of those few months, we had just over 61,000 conversions. And so that's calls to a business, that's sales, that's look up for directions, that's checking out my curbside interface, that's looking at my menu, etc. So all of that stuff is captured, and each business was able to set goals in terms of what specific type of service they wanted to boost, and then they could track success on that type of service compared with, you know, everything else that's going on in their website. So there's an opportunity, and they would meet with the Pitch Black team and myself and talk about the data they're seeing and possible tweaks that they could make. So again, that's just a snapshot there. And then you can see on the bottom right here, these are just select user actions. So you can kind of see just these are a couple different types of conversions. So driving directions, phone calls, website visits, and photo views. So now this is from local business.
Hey, Jordan.
Yes, did somebody?
Jordan, I can give some more detail to this. This is Sun Tran from Pitch Black. Good evening, everybody. Jordan, can I just
absolutely
throw out a couple of detail pieces? Yeah. So one of the grouping in this larger screenshot shows actually the organic website conversions. So what the businesses get through organic traffic through the websites as a whole. And down below where it's advertising conversions, that's driven off of the advertising and campaign programs. So any of the SEM kind of efforts that we were making toward the program. So any of the ads through Google Search and Google Display Network. And that's the promotion that we're doing as part of the Open in Ferndale campaign. And a distinction here where Jordan was pointing out the user actions from the Ferndale local business listings. This begins to identify a couple of the different programs we had available. As you may recall, some of the businesses came on and they simply signed up for our Find product, which is their local business listing. And then those with Engage also got that program. But this shows what type of traffic users were getting through their local Google My Business listing search results. So whether or not they looked at a photo or went to the website, and call the business, et cetera. So this is, again, just to give businesses ideas, have a sense of where some of the traffic was coming from. And what we saw also was an improvement was because of the SEM spend, we were getting a bump up on some of the businesses' organic traffic also.
Thank you, Son. So moving through, just in the interest of time. So this is just a quick snapshot. So again, this presentation is just meant to be a little bit of a sampler platter. And I highlight Anita's for a couple reasons. So Anita's, for those that did dive into the data, they were an outlier in the sense that they had some extreme success. But I also want to highlight them for what might sound like a counterintuitive reason. So obviously they participated in the program and they got conversions and they got sales. And if you read Jared verbatim, he got sales in all caps 3 times with a bunch of exclamation points. But I want to be very honest and just I want to be clear that while this program certainly helped, it's not the only reason. You know, everybody in Ferndale knows that Anita's is a very well-established brand. So we take these with a grain of salt. Obviously, these are very encouraging results. And if you look at the list of businesses, everybody has a little bit different of an experience, but that's because everybody comes at this with a different sort of set of circumstances. Your ad spend might be different. The amount of time you've been running them might be different. The products you sell and how much they cost and how you access them and how folks who shop in this region view those products. So there's a lot that goes into this, but what we were encouraged by is this was a pretty common experience that we saw with restaurants with multiple locations. However, you know, one of the things that we found as a benefit is the benefit of diving in the data and having that hand-holding consultation with folks like firms like Pitch Black or other experts in the field that know this kind of work to be able to look at the data and help you understand those connections of what sales did I really get from these ads and why. So Anita's was a really good testimonial. Folks can read through this and take a look at it, and we can take questions, of course. But I wanted to point out that there were some businesses that really did find success through the program, which of course is a good thing.
Yeah, I would think one of the things, Jordan, if I can highlight something for here. So yeah, so if you look at Anita's as almost like an anchor store, anchor business to the area, where, you know, I think the next restaurant closest to them was One Eye Betty's, which was around $37,000 worth of takeout orders. But the idea that what we were able to do with the program is because Anita's had such strong conversions to people coming in and showing interest, we're able to build user profiles for other people interested in eating out. And then that helped actually funnel traffic or provide traffic to other smaller restaurants that didn't necessarily have all of the same brand recognition potentially. But you'll see in some of our reporting where users came from Anita's and went into House Bayou. So you saw that there's traffic as part of the program. Once a user is kind of interested in the area, whether or not they came from Royal Oak or such, they stuck within the Ferndale community, and you could see the crossover interest in traffic. So that was great to see.
And that's a great segue into the civic campaigns, because one of the benefits of doing it the way we did, so I'll take a quick step back. The city of Ferndale ran its own campaigns, but we also partnered up with businesses to help them run ads under our campaigns. And one of the reasons is what Son is alluding to, is the more folks you have in a pool, you know, you always hear the phrase singing from the same hymn book. Essentially, we're all advertising Ferndale, and that other cliche of rising tide lifting all boats, you're basically bumping up Ferndale in local search. So people in the region searching for any keywords attached to these businesses, or particularly Ferndale, you're getting a lot of that cross promotion. And that's just, think about stuff like, you know, the algorithm on Facebook. When something gets a lot of likes and shares and retweets, it improves in its ranking. And so you create this sort of virtuous cycle that boosts everybody up, you know. And so one of the reasons we did these campaigns the way we did is to take advantage of that momentum. So you'll look at a couple of campaigns that we did here. The city of Ferndale, my team ran Like It's 2020. And what we did is we featured businesses that were participating in the program. We had, you know, the kitschy catchphrase, and that Shop Ferndale button led right to unboxtheholidays.com. So the DDA, the chamber, and the city came up with the Unbox the Holidays concept. The DDA really put their shoulder into owning the website, putting it out there, running the ads, and really boosting that on social. And you can see just kind of in the middle there, there's the Unbox the Holidays website. On the left, you can see our team's ad, and on the right, you can see what it looked like on Instagram. And so we were taking advantage of all of our strengths. So of the civic partners, Downtown Ferndale's got the best following. So we used Downtown Ferndale, their Instagram channel. They had a social media manager pushing this content out. And all of these ads led to the same place. And the Unbox the Holidays campaign, for folks who are familiar, it led to a bunch of different businesses. And one of the reasons I have that screenshot up there of that page, you see it says Unbox Mother's Day. So one of the things that the DDA has really leaned into is really kind of highlighting that there are other holidays throughout the year and really creating an opportunity to not just have the traditional sort of end of calendar year holiday season for shopping, but really seizing on that momentum and having an excuse every like throughout the year. And so you can see a couple highlights on our impact down there. One thing I'm particularly pleased to see, while I don't want to oversell it, is that we did exceed the industry average. Now that is the industry average for government, so I'll take that with a grain of salt, of course. But our content did really well. We only spent about $320 on these ads, and they got 30,000 impressions, 1,200 unique clicks at a cost per click of about 22 cents. And all of that, again, was fueling the fire for unboxtheholidays.com, where we sold more than 10,000 gift cards, and you had 4,600 interactions. And so, you know, the DDA put in 2,600, and Pitch Black actually threw 600 of their own money in as well to just help us experiment. And what we found was an interesting finding here. So just, you know, one of the things you'll also hear me talk about a little bit is lessons learned. So we saw an interesting shift, and still kind of too early to say whether this was COVID-19 related, if this is a new trend, but we saw a huge boost in holiday spending after Christmas. So in that first week of January, we saw about 1/3 of the revenue from Unbox the Holidays, which is pretty incredible. And so those 4,600 interactions, those include not only the gift card sales, but also if somebody went to Unbox the Holidays, then clicked on the Emory and made an order. So there were sales that those businesses, in addition to selling those Yifty gift cards for Unbox the Holidays, there were direct sales to businesses that happened off that site because it was designed to allow all those different transactions. So this was a pretty successful campaign, not just by government standards, which certainly I'll admit is probably a low bar, but in terms of boosting business overall in a concentrated campaign, it was a pretty successful outcome. And we're very excited, considering it started from nothing. We're very excited to see how we can leverage it in 2021. So that was just the impact of how we got in the space, in addition to the businesses running. A couple takeaways. So one of the things that we're going to do, I mentioned we're going to make a toolkit. So I'll share just a few lessons learned that we found along the way. And I talked to some of these businesses about letting me share some of their experiences, which I'm very appreciative of. So, and some of these may sound very self-evident, but business listing accuracy and website speed are critical. So Google actually penalizes you if your website's slow and if your hours are inaccurate. And this is a theme that certainly the website speed was something that just about every business, no matter how savvy they were on ads, was an area of improvement for everybody. And so you could see Bobcat Bonnie's here, which obviously the menu, the quality of the menu was never in question, but the speed that in which it loaded had a lot of room for improvement. And so they went from a 16-second load to about a 2.3-second load, because what they were finding in the data is that folks were dropping off. I forget the exact percentage rate, and Son, I don't know if you could speak to that, but there was a significant chunk.
Right. Yeah, so we noticed for Bobcats off of their ads, a lot of people were calling versus clicking to order, you know, like a One-Eye Betty's or even a Pops. So when we ran the audit against the website, found that they were loading in between 16 seconds and 20 seconds. You know, we reached out to Matt and said, hey, you know, this is an issue and this is what we're seeing as far as the pattern. People don't want to wait for your site to load. They didn't have an SSL certificate either, so they were being penalized for that. And so, you know, we said we can move you to one of our servers and optimize your images and stuff like that. And the site is still, in essence, coded the same, where we just optimized and then also made some technical changes, but we have a better hosting environment. But that dropped it down to 2.3 seconds, which is tolerable when you're trying to find something to eat. But we saw the bump then from there. in addition, we added an SSL certificate for them, but then we saw from there an increase in their click-to menus. But Matt's actually in the process right now of redoing that website, so he can still continue to improve on those scores, because Google's doing an update in May for all their core web vitals. So it's just these are the little things that we see in the businesses themselves. So when we do have our one-to-one sessions, there are opportunities where the businesses can chat with us about some of the things that that impact that final conversion, so that when we do get people to the website, that it's more easily it's easy for the user to navigate and convert them as a customer.
Thanks, son.
Mm-hmm. Oh, view bounce rate. Yeah, originally they were bouncing around 65%. I think they dropped 15%, down to like 50% on the homepage now.
And that's money on the
so
table.
it's good.
And so another quick one, just moving through again in the interest of time, and certainly I want to reserve time for question and answer. Monitoring ad engagement helps you see and seize momentum. So you go in with an initial goal and you see that your initial goal has a certain amount of traffic, but then you start looking at other organic traffic and you see where customers are actually going, and it's an opportunity to adapt. And so you uncover the rationale behind those trends when you get into those one-on-ones. So it's an opportunity, it's sort of a validation of being hands-on, looking under the hood, and kind of just really getting a sense of what's actually going on. And so a couple of lessons that we found here. So Valentine, obviously, they went full force. They were making sanitizer, they had an outdoor space, and they had curbside pickup. And so they started by advertising the curbside pickup. What they were finding, though, is that there was a lot of organic traffic still going to the cocktail lounge. And so what they decided to do is tweak their ad focus to seize on that desire. If that's where the customer is going, that's what we're going to hone in on. Evolve acupuncture and wellness. It sounds almost self-intuitive, self-evident, but they found that ads without the word acupuncture perform significantly worse than those with that word. So as you might imagine, they're making sure that that word always shows up. So, depending on your business, there's always a takeaway that you can find in these trends. And so that's something that, the idea here is look for them, listen to them, and tweak your strategy. Another one that we found, and this one, again, lessons even for institutions that want to get in this game. And, we entered, frankly, with this bias that we were going to treat civic promotion as a team sport. But what we found is that that really worked for us. Each entity has legal limitations, resource limitations, and sometimes even membership limitations for what they can do. And so when you can break down those barriers by working as a team and you get everybody firing in the same direction, what can end up happening, again, which probably seems self-evident, but your business community gets the benefit. You break down the silos, you don't have bureaucracy, and now you have a systemic process. So we learned a lot on how to do that, cobbling it together from something that frankly was non-existent. Before, we certainly had promotion, but it was never coordinated like it was in response to COVID-19. And so that's something we're going to continue. And I'll borrow from the ad here that Lena put together. I think that is V important. So just like shopping local. So that is something that we definitely learned, and we really are excited to kind of build on that foundation. So next steps, and I apologize in advance for the brightness of this slide because I'm definitely getting hit with it. So I hope folks at home are okay with that. But essentially, turn the brightness down on your screen. But you'll see in the packet for the consent agenda item, it goes into a lot more detail than this, of course, but in the interest, again, of just giving a summary. Building on the lessons that we learned, the city is going to calibrate its focus. We're very lucky that we got some new resources infused from Oakland County. We're very grateful for that, the Restaurant Relief Grant, and we also have some funds left over for this program. These are the three things we want to focus on. So we've already been meeting one-on-one with all of our participants. We're going to finish we have about half of them that we've met with. We're going to finish with the rest of the participants before the end of this month. And we'll continue to engage folks even beyond if that's what it takes. But the idea is we're going to sit down with every business, provide and support recommendations for a spring, summer advertising strategy. The pilot as it was constructed was going to end in April. So the subsidy for the analytics ends at the end of April. So we want to set people up to make their own decisions, whether they continue on their own, whether they don't use analytics. We want to give them the tools to set themselves up for what their next campaign is going to be and what their business goals are in as we get into the warm weather months. For the folks that do continue on the analytics, particularly those that are going to get fueled with their restaurant relief funding from Oakland County, we're going to improve those first phase baselines. We want to deepen our knowledge, and we want to look at the cost per conversion that businesses were able to achieve. We're going to work with them to set an achievable yet ambitious goal. So we don't want to just set, let's get 2 more sales. But we also don't want to set, let's get 10,000 more sales. We want to work with those businesses and get a goal that's a stretch that we can work together for and see if we can improve that baseline. Ultimately, what we're talking about here is let's reduce the amount of money it costs you as a business per sale with your ads. So really improving the precision of your ads and maximizing the return on them. So we're going to focus on that. And then overall, for what the city is going to do, we're sort of dialing down our involvement in the subsidy of analytics, and we're going to focus on pumping out ads, civic promotion, highlighting all the things that we have going on, working with the DDA, working with the chamber. So the chamber, for those that don't know, has rebranded. They're now the South Oakland Area Regional Chamber. As they've gotten some COVID-19 resources, they're going to be bumping back into their traditional workforce development programming and networking resources, and we're going to help them boost those. Meanwhile, the DDA is going to be launching Patio, our social district program, and all kinds of other business support assets. And so we're going to be helping them promote those. And then the city is going to be leveraging our Open in Ferndale brand. Folks can get a small sneak peek at that if they go to ferndalemi.gov/open. As part of our involvement in the state of Michigan's Redevelopment Ready Certified Communities program, we've really focused on streamlining our branding and access to the resources that we provide. And so we've been reorganizing on the city website all of the different business and community resources. And you'll see when you go to that portal, we're capturing stories about businesses. We have a lot of businesses celebrating big anniversaries this year that we're going to be writing stories about. And we've just kind of helped capture the story of the businesses that make our community. And also thinking about the presentation that came before mine, we also celebrate our values. So we'll be reaching out to organizations like Affirmations to help showcase the values that make Ferndale Ferndale and help others understand that that's who we are. So whether you're coming here from Asheville, whether you're coming here from Grand Rapids, everybody knows what Ferndale is about, and we're proud of it. And we're going to celebrate that. And we're going to celebrate our businesses because the folks that come here and make this community are powering those values. So that's something we're very proud of. And so that's, as we roll that out, we're going to continue running more ads for businesses and for the community to really highlight what we've got going on here, again, with the goal of boosting our businesses. Additionally, we're going to create a template that all businesses, regardless of whether they continue with analytics or not, are going to be able to run. So it'll be an optimized ad. You think about the lessons that we've learned in this program. We're going to develop an optimized ad with the Open in Ferndale brand that businesses can plug into and advertise themselves. So again, kind of fueling that spring, summer advertising season. So those are our 3 activities. And with that, I want to leave the rest of the balance for question and answer in case folks in council have any questions about the program or our next steps.
Thank you, Jordan. I'm going to open it up to council for any questions at this time.
Through the chair, if I may. I just have 2 questions. For Pitch Black, did you happen to do any sort of comparative analysis of the traffic for Google My Business listings from prior to your implementation of those changes through present day after you've implemented your optimization?
I don't have that data, but
yeah, go ahead, Brendan.
Sorry, I don't have that data, but I can definitely pull that and provide that to Jordan to pass along.
That would be phenomenal.
Yeah, there are some instances, Councilwoman, that they didn't have, some businesses didn't have that information or the GMB set up.
Okay. And second question, every time that we run a digital marketing campaign, it makes sense to do a little bit of a retrospective. And we've talked a little bit about what we've learned from the results. Is there anything that you would have done differently?
Yes. Go ahead.
No, you can take this one, son.
Yeah, so as far as even just the coordination for all the businesses, I think there was a benefit of which after the first webinar where the businesses came in and we were walking through the program, what was going to happen, everyone was excited, signed up, and once the sign up was completed, it was the coordination of getting the rest of the businesses in and launched together was very difficult. To Jordan's point earlier about the number of businesses who started off at different phases, where we lost track, or the business owners themselves became really busy. And so to more effectively coordinate the launch for a particular area, we would open up that window of enrollment and also activation to have everyone queued up prior and set and prior to the a full campaign launch. And I think that would benefit from the coordinated release and launch for all the businesses, and have a larger impact as far as having that whole connected network of businesses and accounts. Well, we can also share actually a change that we're doing in ads to the businesses also, where Brendan can maybe highlight a little bit more detail here. But the original launch for the ads, we're focusing getting lower cost for conversions, where on the travel segment for a lot of the restaurants, where a Google search cost per conversions average around $44, on the Google display it's around $99. We were very focused on trying to make the largest or lowest cost per conversion for the businesses, as far as extending those dollars. Each business themselves, I think, had an average around $100 a month for spend. Anita's, I think, is down to 6 cents of cost per conversion right now in search. And so we shared that data with them as far as what they're leaving on the table because of the total search volume and interest in dining in Ferndale. So they doubled their budget for each of the locations because of the money that was available to them still.
Well, and to be fair, Anita's was a very special situation. They were closed for many months, and that drove a lot of interest when they did reopen. In particular, I would love to hear your thoughts, maybe in a future time, about some of the campaigns that had those huge cost per conversion or didn't have any conversions at all. For instance, Western Market. Those are the kinds of campaigns that if we have business intelligence and we have things that we've learned from those that we can improve on in the future, that would be really helpful to flesh out what that looks like and put together a template so that we can use that in the future and these businesses can benefit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one of the things we talked actually to the new marketing manager over at Western Market, their website right now is just informational, so they didn't have a lot of conversion items in there. And in their planning right now of their new website, we talked to them about what they should consider as far as hook and also actually the back end platform. Because for some of the restaurants like Bobcats, they use Square. So we are actually able to share with them the exact order amount of that conversion. Where items like Toast Tab, they don't have that tracking down to that level of detail yet. So we're able to give that kind of advice also as far as a business choosing their back end point of sale systems conversion checkout system. But yeah, that would be an interesting further conversation.
Those are great questions, Councilman Mikulski. Always retrospectives help. Are there any other questions from council at this time? All right. If not, we are going to say thank you to Jordan and Pitch Black, and look forward to the next update on those results.
Thank you.
Okay, next we're moving on to 5C, which is the short-term rental ordinance, but it is technically the ordinance to amend Chapter 7, Business Regulations and License Generally of the Ferndale City Code, Article 7, Public Lodging Houses and Multiple Dwellings, to add Division 3 short-term rental licensings as submitted by the Assistant Building Official. And our city manager is going to introduce this, but before he does, I just wanted to take a couple moments just to say that, this has been a very interesting process for me, the short-term rentals, because it is really a hotbed community topic, not just in Ferndale, but in every city that is addressing short-term rentals. as part of the research and part of my training through MML, when I got more introduced to the impact of what short-term rentals can do on a community, the negative impact, as well as learning about the benefits that short-term rentals can bring to a community. So I wanted to say that for those who are new coming to council and maybe weren't with us on January 25th, this is the second time it is coming back. We heard from residents at the 25th community, our city council meeting, and we sent it back to the ordinance committee to do some more work on that based off of the comments we heard at that time. So, you know, I always look at trying to find balance and addressing the needs of those who are impacted by bad actor, short-term rental owners, and addressing the impacts on affordable housing and preventing some from happening. And we know that the national crisis in affordable housing across the nation that is impacting us in Ferndale, that STRs can become stressors onto the supply of our existing affordable housing. So I just wanted to say that we've been listening, all of us in council have been listening, and I wanted to say thank you to Kat Bruner-James for your leadership with council on the ordinance committee to find compromise with direct conversations with council to help us get to what I think is the next best version. And there will be lots of comment and debate tonight with well intentions of making the best ordinance we can here. So with that, thank you for allowing me to make those comments. I'm going to hand it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. As you had mentioned, we first brought this item up through the ordinance committee, which consists of Councilwoman Mikulski and Councilwoman Bruner-James, myself, the city attorney. In this instance, our assistant building official, Emily Loomis, is the subject matter expert, and the assistant city manager. We presented the original item on January 25th. We received some feedback for additional details as it relates to the regulatory pieces of the ordinance. And so Emily Loomis is going to queue up a presentation that summarizes the ordinance committee's work over the past several months with a focus group and amongst each other through committee. The presentation focuses first on the regulatory piece because that's the piece we were initially tasked to address. And then second, the question of short-term rental capacity using the ordinance language to address capacity issues and preserving the character of community neighborhoods. So with that, Emily, are you ready and prepared to present?
I am. Thank you, Joe.
And one more comment before you start. I forgot to say, for those who weren't joining us at the beginning of council when we approved the agenda, we are making a change tonight to the order of business so that we can have a presentation, open public comment, and then council is going to move into doing a motion and approving this ordinance right after the presentation before we go into the normal consent agenda. So I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on our steps forward. So stay tuned and you'll be able to make your comments after the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair, I'd like one more closing comment as it relates to the agenda. After the presentation, should council consider to approve the ordinance language, there are two related consent agenda items that are subject to this approval, one being a contractual agreement with Granicus to provide assistance with enforcement software. And then this is a new regulation which would require a new fee schedule, and the said fee schedule would have to be approved by resolution of council. Both of those items are considered pro forma to the approval of the ordinance. And so I just wanted to be very clear about that. Those two consent agenda items are related directly to this item this evening.
So if council makes any changes, just to recap, if council makes any changes to those items during the ordinance review, then we will have to remove the consent agenda items and make those modifications independently during that process.
That is
so
correct.
I hope we're clear on those procedures tonight. So we'll review them as we go through them. Take it away, Emily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Piana. Thank you, Council. Confirmation that the screen's working?
Confirmed.
All right. So thank you for the introduction as well. I think that helps me be a little bit more to the task. So short-term rentals and regulating for the city of Ferndale. As the mayor had said, I'm Emily Loomis. I'm the assistant building official for the city of Ferndale. So we'll start off with what is an STR? That is a short-term rental. It's going to be a home, a unit, a condo. It's a self-contained, and it's rented for short periods of time, by the day or for days at a time, week, a month. They're typically viewed as an alternative to hotels. And when we say short-term rentals, people are accessing these through sites like VRBO, HomeAway, Airbnb. So to get a picture of what short-term rentals look like in the city of Ferndale, we have a map here, and in the map you're going to see the overview of the data poll from early March of this year, 2021, of short-term rentals that were available to rent that day, March 12th. But for example, in 2017, 2018, and 2019, we are averaging 98 short-term rentals operating in Ferndale. Now at that time, it was a little bit more difficult interacting with what we call the brokerage platforms. Again, the sites like Airbnb and HomeAway. It was difficult for us to make the distinction from a observation between owner occupied and full-time short-term rental. And that was really, I think, talking to experts in the field, it was just a result of how the ad templates were set up. So we don't have solid data of how many were owner-occupied short-term rentals at that time, but we know we had an average of 98 for the 2017 to 2019 period. In 2020, as I think everyone should be aware, there was a pandemic. So we did see the number of short-term rentals go down within the city of Ferndale to 38 to 42. 32 of those were non-owner occupied structures. So that, again, to provide clarification, that would be a home that's primary usage, or residence that's primary usage, if exclusive usage is for the use of short-term rentals, versus owner-occupied, which we've seen an average of 4 to 8, but we had pretty solid right around 6 or 7. At almost any time, if you were to look at the Ferndale market, you'd see about 7 owner-occupied. And then just to characterize those so we understand what they are, is we tend to see these as apartments, spare rooms, or even full homes that are rented out just during peak festival seasons. We have spoken to Ferndale residents that do it as a chance to, they don't want to be in town during a busy festival, so they use it as a chance to cover their vacation elsewhere. So most short-term rentals are positive. When we're looking at our short-term rental market within the city of Ferndale, if we're thinking of that high 80s to mid 90s number, and we compare that to the calls for service that we have, you'll see that in 2017, there were 10 properties that, known owner occupied operating, where we had incidents, calls for service. 2017, again, 10 properties that had police calls for service or code enforcement calls for service. 6 of those properties, though, were repeat calls. So some of them were unique, where it was just trash left out, and an absentee owner that didn't catch it for whatever reason. So if we look at the number of, let's say 88, today's snapshot of 88 short-term rentals, that 10 complaints would be a relatively small in comparison. It's just a hair over 10%. So we want to look at the positives. Short-term rentals, they're good for homeowners and visitors to the community. We've heard from residents and STR owners, STR customers, that they help expose our new people to the city of Ferndale and what we have to offer. Shopping, restaurants, and just the general character that is quite unique to Ferndale and the surrounding communities, but Ferndale in particular. Also, it's with that boost to the economy, we're getting the people not to just come here for the weekend for one of our events, we're getting them to stay the night. So you might come here to spend money and try food at Pig and Whiskey, but we're getting you to stay the night and hopefully spend some money at one of our excellent brunch options in town. So for community feedback, as we're thinking and knowing that an ordinance was on the horizon, or examining the possibility of an ordinance was on the horizon, city staff looked at all of the emails and calls for service, everything we had with a resident or concerned party's name attached. And we reached out to residents, STR owners, and asked if they would like to participate in a focus group. That focus group was, again, comprised of short-term rental owners, neighbors, and Mayor Melanie Piana, and Council Member Kat Bruner James. And just a quick note, I very appreciate everybody's participation in that. The complications that our committee or focus group had noted for both was loud and disruptive parties, poor exterior sanitation, not taking the trash cans out, or if they did manage to get to the curb, not coming back in time, and parking, blocking driveways, not close enough to the curb, parking on the grass, and then uncharacteristic noise creation. So that would be the more commercial unloading and unloading of items at night, somebody checking in after hours, if you will, late in the evening. So conversations, discussions, or gatherings happening on a weeknight, somebody's vacation, but it's still occurring in a residential neighborhood. So we came up with a proposed solution, which would be a new ordinance, and it's strengthened. It would, it would require annual inspections for both safety, but in compliance, like continued compliance to this ordinance and the just the Ferndale Code of Ordinance and Property Maintenance Standards. There will be an annual licensing fee, and the fee will cover staff time for inspections, the necessary tools and platforms to collect data, and mailing, and again, related staff time. So for enforcement, there's a mechanism. There will be 3 substantiated, if a property receives 3 substantiated ordinance violations, the STR owner is subject to fines, and these can increase in per substantiated complaint or violation, pardon me, from 100 for the first violation, 200 for the second, and 300 for the third. After the third substantiated violation, short-term rental licenses are subject to revocation by the city manager's office. If the city manager's office views the violations and deems to revoke the license, it will be revoked for a period of 12 months.
Emily, I want to take a minute real quick and pause on that. Two comments. One, I think there's a typo in there. That third violation is actually $500, not $300.
I apologize.
500 is the right number. And that is the number that's reflected in the agenda item. And then two, I thought I just might give an example of a substantiated ordinance in an a substantiated call and an unsubstantiated call. And I'll introduce that for further discussion if there's any questions following your presentation. So it's true that, so a call about parking for obstructing a driveway, if someone were to park in front of your driveway, that is absolutely prohibited parking. That is an example of a substantiated complaint that if the police are called and if they do review the behavior and issue the citation or the verbal warning, whatever it may be, that would be a substantiated complaint. That would be a first offense. If we receive a call about a guest parking on the street legally, because it is a public street and we can't restrict that necessarily by user type, that would not be a substantiated complaint. And we can expand on that for further discussion after your presentation. I just thought that was a time to provide that clarity.
Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. So enforcement and support. To enforce this ordinance, we need to have an understanding of what our market is. The software company known as Granicus has a solution. It's an AI with human support that scans all of the known brokerage sites like VRBO, HomeAway that are operating within the city of Ferndale. Historically, when city staff has performed this work on their own without technological assistance, we were seeing it usually took us the better part of a full work day, if not a little bit over into the next time by once we incorporated our GIS technician. So we'll use this information to gather an inventory and a regular consistent snapshot of our inventory and roll that information into our existing systems of our long-term rental ordinance and program management. CED does have a robust inspection team that is already well-versed and trained in all of the protocols that we need to enforce this ordinance. So bringing in that data piece really allows us to enforce this ordinance accurately, but also within a reasonable time period to respond to both positive and negative or reactive situations. One of the perks to this my thesaurus escapes me, but we have one of the we're called modules that we're looking at within this technological platform from Granicus is a 24-hour resident complaint hotline. So there'll be an option for residents to call an 800 number or go onto a mobile platform and file a complaint. And within 1 hour of that complaint being filed, they will be issued a response with the next steps, either being taken by the STR owner, the city enforcement services, or the city police and fire. Quick note, if there's ever an emergency, please always call 911. That is always the path. I just want to state that. But for non-emergencies, again, there'll be a support 24-hour support hotline. So what does success look like as we're enforcing this ordinance? Currently, we have just a hair over 2,300 long-term rentals in the city of Ferndale. And we see a fluctuation not even quite of 1%. And on average, to those properties, we issue about 35 to 40 tickets a year, with fewer than 15 of those long-term rental licenses receiving misdemeanors. So that would be that $500 ticket that Joe had mentioned, and that is an appearance in court. So again, we are robust. We are confident in community economic development and the building department's ability to roll this program out and how to understand and monitor the information we get. We'll be able to come back and demonstrate to city management, council, and the community what this program looks like as we get farther down the road if the ordinance is adopted. And then the other part is community character. That's another component of success. Speaking to our STR owners, they had stated that their goal is to not have an impact and not be obvious within their neighborhood that they're conducting an STR in. So with this ordinance, with the enforcement, we feel success shows a preservation of community character and not an adverse impact to the neighbors. All right, so continuing what does success look like? STR successfully operating under an ordinance will maintain an occupancy of no more than 8 overnight guests and not exceeding the number of guests during a gathering or a party, not contributing to disruptive noise in the neighborhood, keeping the exterior free of trash in good repair, all guests parking only in available driveways and legal street parking. And the operator is responsive and addresses neighbor, city complaints and occupant complaints, because this is also a chance to ensure that people that are staying in short-term rentals in Ferndale are also safe. And because we want them safe, we want Ferndale to be a good experience. And then there's also the regulatory success that we will see 10% cap in ordinance on non-new residentially owned STRs per block. So currently we do not have more than 10% per block. But if I think I'm not sure how to explain the grandfathering aspect succinctly. But existing short-term rentals cannot be edged out by that requirement. If I'm correct on that, Joe.
Yeah, they'd be treated as existing non-conforming. And so their status would be preserved should they be reviewed and be approved through the ordinance process.
Thank you. As my words escaped me. Teamwork makes the dream work. And then owner-occupied short-term rentals are confirmed to rent for 14 or fewer days a year will be reimbursed their annual license fee. Again, this is another part of where we want to quickly backtrack to our tech component is the ability to have a working inventory, that constant snapshot. Again, what takes city staff about 8.5 to 11 hours to inventory all of our short-term rentals takes the Granicus platform 28 to 34 minutes on the last 2 snapshots they've done for us. So it's a considerable time, which means we can help create a consistent inventory and help ensure that these owner occupieds that are renting for 14 or fewer days a year can get their license fee partially reimbursed. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation. again, thank you for the clarifications in there, Joe. And I just want to reinforce that, yes, the violation schedule is 100 for first offense, 200 for second offense, and 500 for third offense. I apologize for that oversight. Thank you.
No problem. Two additional comments just before we move into discussion, please. One, I wonder if the city attorney can talk a little bit about the city's ability to actually levy those fine amounts. And number two, Emily, could you clarify also the distinction between a residential STR fee schedule and a non-residential STR fee schedule, because that item is related on the consent agenda.
Okay. Yeah, a residential, as in what the cost is, Joe?
Yeah, so non-residential is versus a residential.
Okay, excellent. So a non-residential, so that would be, a full-time short-term rental. So more than 14 days a year. That short-term rental will be paying $185 a year per our recommended fee schedule. The short-term rentals that are occupied for 14 or fewer days a year within our recommended fee schedule will also be paying $185 initially, but after 1 year of demonstrating that they've rented for 14 or fewer days a year, they will be subject to a $75 refund of that $185. So the city does still capture a portion of that fee for operating costs. We do have to cover staff. But yes, there will be a $75 refund the STR owner occupied renting for 14 or fewer days a year.
Thank you.
Here, as it relates to Joe, your question regarding the proposed costs associated with violations of the short-term rental ordinance, the first offense violation, second offense violation, and third offense are modeled under the city's normal civil infraction decriminalized ordinances. So a first violation would constitute a civil infraction as opposed to a misdemeanor. The second offense, as proposed, would constitute a $200 fine, civil infraction, not a misdemeanor. A third offense within the same calendar year would constitute a misdemeanor. And for a misdemeanor, it would be punishable by a fine of up to $500 and or 93 days in jail, which is permitted under the Home Rule Cities Act and then under the city's charter with respect to a penalty.
Thank you, Dan. Through the chair, that does conclude staff's presentation. I'd be happy to throw the ordinance language up in the background while you discuss if that's helpful.
Yes, do that, please. And now, after the presentation, we're going to move into public comment, and this is going to be managed typically like all public comments. So please limit your comment to 3 minutes, and I will gently remind you when your time is up by interrupting. And please direct your comments to council and the mayor, not staff, because we give direction to staff. So with that, I'm gonna hand it over to our city manager, or I'm sorry, our assistant city manager, Kyle, who is our guru on managing public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. First up, we have Maria.
Hi, Maria, welcome to the meeting.
Hi, good evening. Well, my name is Maria. I live in the Wanda Park neighborhood, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about living in Wanda Park and some of the issues that we're facing. One of the big ones that we're facing right now is a new-ish business called Gage. It is a weed dispensary in the sort of the, I don't know what to call it, like industrial area next to kind of just west of Wanda Park. The issue that we're having is that they're doing a lot of curbside business, which is great. And I'm so glad for sort of the economic upswing there. But they line up all of their traffic on Wanda, which is, a semi-residential street. and they, you know, they're not even off to the side. So, you know, residents do hear a lot of like, I hate to be that lady, right? But like loud music. And then also it just blocks the entire street. So it's a bit of a safety hazard. They do, you know, having driven around there during the day, and kind of talking to neighbors, they do have the ability to kind of redirect their traffic. So maybe it might be more complicated for them, but be a little less disruptive maybe, and line up their traffic within the industrial kind of area, and not sort of like block traffic there. But that's an issue I kind of wanted to talk about. I also kind of had a question. I know that business is in Ferndale. And and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I know that tax revenue from the weed dispensaries, I think that some of it is supposed to go to school districts. And so if I'm wrong, please correct me, because otherwise I'm going to sound, this is going to not be even relevant. But I guess I'm wondering, you know, we kind of are sort of like the ones kind of, you know, having this business in our neighborhood, but our students and our children in the neighborhood go to Hazel Park schools. And so I'm wondering if, you know, I don't know how that can be distributed or how that is sort of figured out. But, you know, Ferndale is kind of unique that we have students and kids that go to 3 separate school districts, depending on where families live. And I guess I'm wondering if Hazel Park schools, where our kids go, where we live in Ferndale, will be receiving any of that tax revenue, since that business is in our neighborhood and within our school district. So that's a question I have. And then just a couple of other things. I'll be very honest with you. I don't really enjoy living in Wanda Park. I'm actually considering moving potentially outside of the city. It's very difficult. I'm worried about Hyatt, which is another weed dispensary that will be just right across my house. I watch the construction every day. But West End is becoming dangerous again because of the freeway closures and entrance closures. So I'm wondering if perhaps we could get a speed monitor there again, although the police are really responsive. So thank you so much. We're also, I would be remiss if, you know, if I didn't mention, my neighbors would be so mad. You know, we really don't have any snow emergency parking there. I know everybody thinks everyone has a driveway in Wanda Park, but that's not the case. We only have a 1-car driveway in my household, and there are many homes without driveways. So anyway, and we're also just, you know, in this unique position of being this little strip in Hazel Park schools. And I just want to make sure that we don't forget about our students that go to Hazel Park schools, and sort of the different challenges they have than the Ferndale students, and that we don't neglect like our recreation and our events that we have for students that are usually catered to people that live more city center.
I'm going to gently interrupt.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And I made the distinction of not being clear that this is public comment for the short-term rental. We will have the general public comment after the short-term rental. We are doing a different order of procedure tonight so that residents who are interested in short-term rental don't have to stay through the entire consent agenda as well as the regular agenda. It's a very meaty council meeting tonight, so we're trying to get you to bed on time. So we're going to, I request that if you have anything to say on the short-term rental, this is your time to give public comment. If you have something to say on anything other than the short-term rental, please hold and refrain until we open up the regular public comment shortly. Okay, so Kyle.
Next, Mayor, we have Christy.
Hi, Christy.
Hi, it's actually Christy's husband, Jeff. Can you hear me?
Hi, Jeff. Christy's husband, Jeff.
Yeah, so I just wanted to take a moment and say thanks to everybody who put the ordinance together. I appreciate the time and effort that went into it, and I can tell a lot of due diligence was done, so thank you for that. Excuse me. We own 2 short-term rentals in town, and our main concern with the ordinance at this point is surrounding occupancy and some of the limitations there. We have a one home that's a 1-bedroom, and based on the current limitations, we would only really be allowed to have 1 person occupy that. So just wondered if there'd been a consideration for minimum, a minimum occupancy limit. I know we have a maximum of 8, but just wanted to see if there'd been any consideration to set a minimum of maybe 2, and you know, just see if there's any consideration that can be made there. And I'll take my answer offline. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jeff.
And next, Mayor, we have P. Cook.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, yes, I live at Spencer and Hilton, right next to 4 Airbnbs. And I enjoyed watching your guys' presentation and all the new proposed rules. And I've reviewed the rules of the Airbnb on their website for these residences. And they seem to break the rules every day. So, I mean, I would just like to see these places brought back to just regular residential properties, but that's probably not possible. You know, we've had drive-by shootings, loud parties, people screaming and carrying on at all times of night. And one unit seems to be permanently rented by a commercial internet wire installing service. So I don't know. It's like living next to a transient hotel, and that's not the experience I signed up for when I decided to move to Ferndale 20 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to verify with everybody that our ordinance, we haven't passed it yet, so there are no regulations in place to hold bad actor short-term rentals accountable, which is why we've been working on this to provide you some relief. P. Cook. I didn't catch your first name. I'm sorry. But so I hear you, and the drive-by, you know, the bad acting parties is something that we're tackling through this ordinance. Thank you for being here. And Kyle, let's go on to the next one.
Mayor, we have a call-in with the last 4 of 9209. If you wanted to speak on short terms, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Sherry, and I'll spit this out as quickly as I can. For one, I noticed the CED inspectors would be doing the inspections. These are motels. Why are you not having regular building inspectors take care of it? That's one of the issues. I feel like the fines, or sorry, not the fines, but the fees for the non-residential owners should not be the same as what the owner-occupied fees are. Why should they be charged the same amount? One's a little person just trying to make some money on the side, and the other is a business. So there's quite a difference there, and the fees shouldn't be the same. As far as non-residential owners, I understand you said something about they had to be grandfathered in, and it wasn't clear to me from the presentation that Emily gave what the actual amount of them are that you can figure out. And I'm wondering, like, is anybody following up on this to make sure that they're actually paying the taxes as non-owners? I don't feel that non-residential owners should be having Airbnbs, short-term rentals in the community at all. I totally disagree with having that, because then they are motels. They are taking away homes that people need. They're taking away, and they're adding to the rising rents and the unaffordability of housing. What else do I want to say? I feel like on streets with 30 to 35 foot wide lots and no driveways, there should not be 10% of the houses on that street as short-term rentals. I have 2 family flats on each side of me right now. They would each be able to have 16 people based on your rules. And then the vehicles, and then their friends or partiers that want to join them earlier in the night on top of that, and they're all their vehicles. Currently, those two houses or two buildings next to me on each side, they have driveways clear into the backyard. One of them tore down their garage. But each of them only puts one vehicle in their driveway, and then the renters put two more vehicles now into the street. So if they were to decide to be greedy and become short-term rentals instead of long-term rentals, there would just be a crazy amount of vehicles on the street. My street has 92 properties on it, 92 addresses. 10% of that would put 10 of them on my block. That's insane for lots that don't even have driveways. At the very least, you should do this on a per case basis, not just say 10% of the street. And also seriously consider, don't allow it for addresses that aren't even going to provide any parking at all. They should be providing off the street parking. So that's basically my concerns or whatever at this point.
Thank you for sharing them.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I see no further raised hand. Well, hang on. There's one. Scott Aronson, go ahead.
Hi, Scott. Welcome.
Hi, thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me to speak. You know, I'm a short-term, I'm an STR owner. I own a couple properties in Ferndale. And I just wanted to say, you know, I think that a lot of the issues that are shared, or a lot of the concerns that are shared with some of the people who have spoke with criticism, I understand, and I really think that Airbnb owners, at least the responsible ones, and I'd like to think that I'm the responsible one, share some of the same interests. We don't want parties. We don't want drive-by shootings, and we want the same type of people in the neighborhoods that that people that own their houses do. We want everyone to be able to use their houses, as they intend. I just like to emphasize that our business supports maybe a half a dozen to a dozen people who clean these Airbnbs, who help run these Airbnbs, and who spent their livelihood, and spent all of their efforts to make sure that people's experiences are good. And the decisions and the ordinances that are made, affect all those people. They affect all the businesses, the people come in to the area to stay. And, I've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people stay at my Airbnbs, mostly throughout Ferndale and Royal Oak. And I'd say, maybe 98, 99% of them, you'll never, you don't know anything, you don't know about them, you don't know where they are. And that's because most of the people, at least in my experience, that have stayed in my Airbnb are good people that want to see what Ferndale has to offer, that wants to stay in Ferndale. And, I just ask, I appreciate what you guys have done with the ordinance. And I just ask that you consider, and it looks like you have, that we put a lot on the line for our business and, for the benefit, in my belief, the benefit of Ferndale.
Thank you, Scott.
And Mayor, we have one more, Tamila.
It's Tamala.
Tamala.
Yep.
Welcome.
Okay. Hi, my name's Tamala Ekstrom. My husband and I, Evan Darian, have offered our home for rent on Airbnb for almost 6 years. Our home is built entirely of stone. We call it the Rock House. It's in Northwest Ferndale on West Maplehurst. We started thinking about finding short-term rentals when we had our wedding. Our family had stayed far away in Birmingham and Bloomfield because we couldn't find anywhere around here to house them. So we had really hoped at the time to have a few places where our family could come over to our house and then spend time in our neighborhood in downtown, but it wasn't happening. So we ended up starting our Airbnb shortly after. And I've been a real estate agent and professional property manager for over 20 years. I've worked for national companies and managed and trained leasing teams. and I approach renting my home in a thorough, same kind of professional manner. We don't allow instant booking, which is when somebody just books the place and then there's like no questions asked. Every single person that comes into our home, and we live here, by the way, but we do have a conversation with every guest directly to find out who they are, why they're visiting Ferndale, and just to make sure that, are we on the same page? Is the Rock House right for them and right for us? But our house is really cool and we really love to share it. So that's kind of why we started doing it. The interior of our home is designed using artwork from local artists. We also employ local people that clean the house and then also work in the yard. We've been featured in Detroit News Homestyle magazine, as well as Scene magazine, and also on HGTV. And we've opened our home to local and national artists, actors, music directors, business owners, and many, many neighbors, friends, and family. And so I'm just saying, like, our intent is to show our historic home, provide a really cool experience for people in an art-filled home. We want to show people what the city has to offer. We're not looking to get as many bookings as possible. We want people to go downtown if they're having events or parties and use our commercial spaces downtown to do that. We self-employ and impose a lot of things on ourselves. We don't allow parties or events. We also limit the number of people that stay at our place to a lot less than we could have. We also limit the number of people coming over to the house. We also limit the number of parking, even though we live in a neighborhood where we have plentiful parking and we're really lucky for that. Like, I've never had to park more than 2 houses away. But anyway, we also limit the number of parking that the guests have for like overnight. So I just wanted to say that we have good intentions, and we also want these guidelines and boundaries because we want to work with our neighbors so everybody's happy, basically. And so that's basically what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for being here.
And we have one more, Dave Cottrell.
Hi, Dave. Welcome.
Hello, Melanie. Just a number of questions, and no, I'm really not in favor. I would rather have it as STRs being just for resident owners occupied. I look at and see that STR residents don't attend our public schools. They don't contribute that way. They don't vote in their elections. They're not counted in the census as a principal residence. So they're not representation, not federal dollars. So we're really losing out by having STRs here. And I really wish that the previous mayor and the council had enacted density and licensing for STRs when they were first started. Hotels have similar issues. Why did they not create an ordinance based on hotel ordinances to begin with? Now we have STRs grandfathered into our neighborhoods. I think STRs should just be for resident owners renting a room in their own house. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
And I think that covers everyone, Mayor.
Thank you, Kyle. And thank you, everybody, for coming tonight and voicing your comments. I just wanted to say council has also received a lot of email about from residents and short-term rental owners about their ideas, and I've written down a lot of them tonight just so that I make sure that I cover them in the questioning and comments of my own. So with that, next I'm going to open it up to council for questions of fact for the city manager and Emily at this time.
Through the chair, I have a few questions.
Sure.
So one of the individuals that just spoke did mention duplex, and I'm curious to know how we are identifying duplex in regards to STRs. Is a 2-family home considered one resident and therefore would be considered one out of the 10%, or are we dealing with 2 residents? Because you could, as the person said, you could have 8 people in the lower unit and 8 people in the upper unit.
Through the chair, I believe the definition of duplex is going to be handled through existing code. Dan or Emily, do you have can you speak to that definition?
Through the chair, Councilman, a separate unit, really. So to the extent that it was a duplex, each unit or apartment or condominium within that residential building would be potentially a short-term rental unit for purposes of the ordinance.
Okay. How do we make sure that owner-occupied homes are managed the same way LTR homes are in regards to homestead status? I know that some duplex owners, duplexes where they're owner-occupied in long-term rentals, reduce their homestead status to 60 or 70% because they live on the main floor and they manage or they maintain their basement, but they're only utilizing the upper floor, which they rent out. I know a number of people that only put a homestead of 60 or 70% when they rent out part of their home. Are we utilizing that the same way with the short-term rentals?
Through the chair, Emily, can you please address the question as it pertains to the intake process when you do process the application? A lot of this is going to be managed through intake. And then I also wanted to just offer a clarifying point. The ordinance requires that all dues to the city be current before a permit is issued. So you would not be licensed if your taxes were behind until you paid up on your taxes. So I just wanted to offer that clarification.
Or your water bill or any other outstanding bills.
So dues, yeah. Yep, any dues to the city should be current.
Okay.
Emily, can you speak to the intake process?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Joe. For the intake, similar to all other items in CED that we as the, and I realize for shorthands for the public, CED houses the building department. So our inspectors and permit staff, we will have on our documents and our intakes, our permits that are available, the requirements, just as now we have engineering, material requirements, attachments of plans. On our intake, we will require this information to be provided, the tax information, but that will also be part of working with our monitoring systems, ensuring that they are meeting the occupancy requirements for principal residencies, or if they don't meet principal residency. So if someone's renting 14 or fewer days a year, my understanding with Michigan tax code is that wouldn't impact their principal residency exemption. But also at the annually, we review all of our permits and permit types with the Oakland County Assessor's Office too. So there are multiple checks and balances to ensure that all property owners are paying the fair share of taxes, and that includes not paying more than what they should be paying as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have 60 homes on my street, and that's on my street, but this is based on a block. So there are actually 61 homes on my block and 62 homes on the block across from my house. So at 10%, that means that potentially 12 homes on my street, 6 on the north and 6 on the south, could be established, short-term rentals could be established on my street. There are already 25 long-term rentals on my street that I know of. Then 12 more could be short-term rentals. To me, that's a lot. I do have some concerns over the 10%. So I did want to bring that up. And living in the downtown area, I'm a very desirable area that people would want a short-term rental because it's walkability to the downtown. So, and then my last thing was because it will cost us to generate the list of STRs through this new software we have to purchase, is the data foilable? Or would we be able to charge a fee for anyone wanting to utilize this data? Theoretically, someone could take the list through FOIA and then create a for-profit publication.
Through the chair, Dan, Chris can likely speak to FOIA regulations. And I can just comment, that's one of the values of open data from the public sector side that is used in many different other scenarios. So oftentimes public sector data is extracted for use for private sector purposes. And so that wouldn't be uncommon.
And through the chair, as a general matter, it would constitute a public record that would be subject to disclosure unless some applicable exclusion or exemption applied. I can't think of any that would necessarily apply, although if the application, for example, asked for a social security number, that would be exempt. Some other privacy related issues potentially could be exempt from the record that would be FOIAble, subject to FOIA.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Opening it up to the rest of council for questions for comment.
I'm May through the chair. So I think that I understand the difference between owner occupied and non-owner occupied, as I know that there are short-term rentals in the community where the occupant or the owner has the business right next door, or they reside upstairs, or they have another residence in Ferndale and have the Airbnb in Ferndale as well. So I just wanted to make sure that individuals, and then the non-owner occupied, you have the residence here in Ferndale, but you reside outside of Ferndale. I just want to make sure that it's clear to all who are listening the difference between the two, because I don't know if that was clarified, but I just want to make sure that people understand that. Also, we heard a comment earlier tonight regarding the maximum and the minimum numbers. I don't know, I was actually under the impression that we did have a minimum of 2, because chances are that someone who comes to visit Ferndale and wants to rent an Airbnb or short-term rental, it could possibly be 2 people. So for that, I hope that is something that we do consider, because if we pass this ordinance, because it seems logical to not minimize it to just 1 person. And I think I had, let's see, one more here. There was a resident who mentioned that that the non-owner occupied Airbnb should be excluded. But my question is, with having gone through a pandemic, and I think that these non-owner occupied as well as owner occupied Airbnbs or short-term rentals, I think have been probably quite a bit of a godsend for individuals as far as earning extra income. And I just want to make sure that I am clear that the owner occupied have pay the taxes, and the non-owner occupied, there are also taxes that we collect. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that is the benefit of having them both, because they're dwellings here in the city that are taxable.
Both properties are subject to tax. Yep.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear, and then also to add the clarity between the owner occupied and non-owner occupied, in case someone wasn't quite clear.
Yes, I think that was through the chair. If you'd like us to just clarify too, I'm sure Dan, Chris, or Emily could define owner occupied through the ordinance, or just make sure that that's.
Yeah, I would be happy to just read what the proposed definition set forth in the ordinance provides for a and it defines it as any home unit, apartment, condominium, or similar residential building used for a short-term rental unit that is not the owner's principal residence. And that is contrasted with the definition for residential short-term rental unit, which is defined to mean any home, unit, apartment, condominium, or similar residential building used for a short-term rental unit that is the owner's principal residents.
So then the the short-term rentals that have maybe their property right next door, are they considered non-owner occupied?
If they had a unit next door, separate and distinct from the unit that they reside in, that would be a non-owner, that would be a non-residential short-term rental unit. It happens to be next to their residence, but it would be classified as a non-residential short-term rental unit.
All right, questions from Councilwoman Mikulski or Councilwoman James?
Yeah, I have two questions, and if you don't mind, Mayor, I'd like to pose my two questions and then reserve the opportunity to comment. The questions are kind of loaded because I think I know the answers. The first one is, Emily, can you just clarify a bit? I know that over the course of the last year, at various times when we've pulled the numbers for how many STRs exist in the city, that has fluctuated from time to time. Can you sort of discuss that again and give some clarity to the numbers when it's been on the low end, the numbers when it's been on the high end? And then the second question is, can you clarify the occupancy cap? I think there has been a misunderstanding that 8 is the cap regardless of size or how many rooms. It's my understanding that there are circumstances when that cap would be lower for an individual STR. So can you talk about how that cap comes into play, how it's defined for smaller properties?
Certainly, thank you. For the numbers, looking at, obviously using an AI solution is going to provide us, I would say it removes the human element of combing and setting our own geofences while examining an inventory. So it is more efficient, I shouldn't say infinitely, that's hyperbole. It is more efficient to use a technology solution that can go through and look at areas and examine the content of each ad, examine the picture against picture in each ad to ensure it's the same unit, not duplicate ads. So making those distinctions, there is the critical element of human error, but the sheer size of available brokerage rental platforms for short-term rentals has gone up. It's actually risen 25% since the first discussion of this with the Ordinance Review Committee in December, which is staggering. I can't speak to what each of those 120 actually are. To the numbers themselves, again, there is the human element of staff having to comb through each page individually and compare ad to ad. But what we've seen is, as we're tracking, that it is always peaked. It is peaked during festival seasons, holidays, and festivals and holidays that aren't necessarily always Ferndale specific either, such as the March Madness, certain conventions in downtown Detroit at the Ren Center or Cobo, well, formerly, yeah. And so that's we have seen the numbers change. I hope I didn't, in my flustered note taking, overlook a specific part of the question.
Well, maybe we can help on the second part of the question, which went to the occupancy load and the maximum number of occupants that would be allowed at a potential short-term rental unit. And that is defined, and it's not necessarily, as Councilwoman James indicated, it's not necessarily 8. It's based on the number of bedrooms. and each bedroom is allowed one occupant unless that particular bedroom has an additional 50 square feet of up to 120 square feet, which would allow for a second occupant. That is based on the International Property Maintenance Code definition. And so if a bedroom happens to be that large, it would allow two persons in that bedroom up to a maximum. In the event a short-term rental had 4 bedrooms, it could have the maximum allowed under the ordinance, which would be 8 persons, 8 people in the particular unit. If I could just for a moment, the question earlier, is there a minimum? And there is not a minimum prescribed in the ordinance. So it would be a function of the size of the particular bedroom at issue as to whether it would allow for more than one person in a particular unit that happened to maybe have a very small bedroom.
Through the chair, I'd also just cite section 2B under occupancy. We also identify that the occupancy of a short-term rental unit shall at no time exceed the occupancy limit from the home, unit, apartment, or condo, or similar residential building. So just another reinforcement that the building code itself is identified in the ordinance as a restriction for how many people should be within the building.
And just to circle back to the number of STRs in the community, Emily, can you just confirm at the height of what you've polled, what is the largest number of operating STRs that you have found?
The highest number we've observed yet has been 98. That's the highest number we've observed so far. I do want to make the distinction, as I've seen data reported in other sources, there's a difference between ads and units for sale or for rental. So 98 maximum units is what we've seen, but we're currently, the highest number of ads we've seen at the same time has been 131, again, accounting for the multiple advertising platforms.
Councilwoman Mikulski?
Sure. I just have sort of a battery of questions, and I think they'll go pretty quickly. A lot of these are resident questions. So in the event that somebody has an LLC, a lot of investors typically use an LLC for each property that they own and rent out. Would those LLCs be allowed to be licensees, or would it need to be a specific owner or agent, an actual person on the license?
Through the chair, Dan Chris can likely address that question.
No, as an owner could be an LLC for purposes of the application. Okay. The owner is defined as the property owner of record of the property or unit or lot of record located in the city. So it's possible that it could be a corporation or an LLC or an individual or a partnership.
Okay. In terms of the fine structure for STR offenses, do we have the same sort of fining structure for the offenses that are sort of retaliation or fraudulent reporting against neighbors who own STRs?
Through the chair, are you asking if we have any fines that we would assess someone for issuing a false complaint?
Right. So within the ordinance language, it looked like it was $100 for the first offense, but I was wondering if there was a second and third, would we follow that same sort of fine schedule that we have for the STRs? So the 200 and then the 500.
If I could, are you saying if there was a some type of fraudulent report made, that is not addressed in the ordinance, but that could be enforced under the current code of ordinances, and that would constitute a misdemeanor, fraudulent police report.
Okay. In terms of In terms of 5% versus 10%, there have been a number of people who have contacted me about being uncomfortable with the idea of 10% non-residential STRs being allowed. Do we have a sense of what that would do to the total number of STRs allowed if we switched it from maybe a 10% to a 5%? Do we have total numbers sort of worked out?
Through the chair, we don't. We've had just kind of general block examples. So the example of a 20-house block currently would allow two new license. So if it were cut in half, we would just reduce that to one. And certainly in Councilman Polika's case, those 6 houses would be reduced to 3. And but we haven't done an actual study of that.
Okay.
Through the chair, I mean, that issue is identified in a new section of the proposed ordinance, section 7-158. And what's important in that particular section is what Emily referenced, which there is a concept that if a existing short-term rental unit right now, prior to the adoption of the ordinance, gets properly licensed, is up to code, it would be allowed to continue regardless of that cap number of 10% or 5%. And so to the extent council thinks that a starting point for the ordinance might be better at 5% versus the 10%, it certainly is a reasonable way to approach this, because it would not jeopardize an existing short-term rental as long as that short-term rental gets licensed within 90 days of the adoption of the ordinance. So that's something that council certainly could decide would be a better way to enter into this area of regulation, a smaller percentage rather than the larger percentage.
Okay. Let's see, one more. Occupancy limits. Would those only be in place during rented times, or would those also be in place if the property was listed as a rental and licensed as a rental, but not currently being rented out?
Through the chair, Emily, can you speak about the just the actual specific building code as it speaks to occupancies in a single family home?
Certainly. Yeah, I mean, I would say the ordinance is specifically referencing, as it references the Michigan Residential Code and the International Property Maintenance Code. During times where it is operating as a residential structure, not a short-term rental, then the occupancy in this ordinance really wouldn't be enforceable. The only times I think you would see a official action against occupancy of a home, owner-occupied home, is if there's a danger or a concern. And even then, that's very difficult to prove, other than, like I said, an exigent or emergent circumstance. So as it relates to the ordinance, yeah, if you're an owner occupied and you do have your established occupancy limit, if you have your grandma and cousins over for a birthday party and you have 16, as long as it's not operating as a short-term rental, the building code and property maintenance code really wouldn't apply against you.
Great. Another point of clarity. So owner-occupied units are allowed in any concentration, and the concentration of owner-occupied units would not impact the percent of non-residential STRs allowed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
There's a distinction.
And for the licensing process, during the 60 days prior to them getting their license, would they still be allowed to exist as Airbnbs, or would they have to shut down?
They would be allowed to continue in their current operation, but would, they would need to get that license within 90 days.
Right. And one last one, I promise, I think this is the last. If an STR owner gets 3 minor violations, will their license be revoked? Is this left up for interpretation?
Through the chair, the city manager's office will handle those, and the intention is to revoke the license upon 3.
Okay.
For the 12-month period.
And if I could just add to that, though, even the city manager's decision is still subject to the administrative hearings ordinance. So ultimately, if challenged, that would come to council for review.
Through the chair, yeah, I would have to present the case for revocation to council publicly, and then they ostensibly have their day in court.
Through the chair, can I follow up, please?
Yes.
So how do we protect ourselves from someone who is an offender, they get their license taken away, but then their spouse or another relative that is associated with the property, you know, comes in and just says they want a new license? Are we making sure that it's based on the ownership of the property? And the property would essentially have to be sold for you to see a new STR to ever be put in place in that property. Because I know of people who have foreclosed on mortgages, and then their spouse, who, you know, wasn't on the original mortgage, goes in and gets a new mortgage. You know, what's stopping anyone from doing the same thing in this instance?
Well, the review of the through the chair, the review of the application, which does indicate it's to be completed in the name of the owner of the short-term rental or his or her authorized agent, but that would have, the application form should note that and it would have to be appropriately executed. I think your question might be if there was joint ownership between a husband and a wife. I mean, that's going to apply if they're joint owners and they've been revoked, they're revoked.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they don't get, you know, multiple representatives on the same property. And we're just going to end up with the same problems over and over and over again.
I hear you. You want to avoid fraud
in
the application. I get it.
If I may, through the chair, I have an additional question.
Go ahead.
So regarding revocation of their license, that is permanent, correct? Or can they reapply?
Well, if I could, through the chair, it's subject to review by council. And I believe it indicates that they would be eligible to reapply after a year. If the revocation was upheld by council, it shall not be reissued for a period of a year.
All right. And also, should a person choose not to reapply, that property would still be, it would still have, would still be responsible for taxes, upkeep, etc. for that property, whether it's being utilized as a short-term rental or not.
Correct.
Correct.
All right. Is that all the questions from council? Okay, great questions. Dan, I seek advice from you on how to proceed. Normally we would go into a motion to go into debate, but I gather that there would be interest from council to make some minor adjustments to the ordinance as part of the discussion. How would you recommend we go about do that?
Well, I guess if the only issue, for example, was regarding the percentage, then you simply could move to adopt the ordinance with that particular amendment, which is identified in section 7-158. If there's more, I can, if a motion is made and seconded. I'll jot down the notes on it, but in order to start, I think we really need to know what the scope of any potential changes are that council may wish to make.
I appreciate that. Writing policy at the dais is a very complicated process, and we could be here till 2 a.m. If we so choose. I don't think that's anybody's interest. I do think there is interest on council to getting some relief to our short-term rental owners now, because there is a 90-day rule once we pass it to get the licenses, and we punted so we could get this ordinance stronger back in January. So we've already almost have lost 2 months for our residents impacted by bad actor STRs. So would there be consensus on council if I take a pulse right now to amend from 10% to 5%?
I could see myself supporting that, Mayor.
Okay, I'm seeing a majority of heads nod. Are there any other sticking points that you would like to see on that list of minor amendments?
Through the chair, I have a few more points, but I'll be honest, many of them have to deal with the 1 year point. For example, allowing someone to renew their license after a year after they've had it taken away. However, I'm not willing to have to make that change now, since we're going to be reviewing this in a year and we can have that conversation at that time. But it's items like that I have some concerns on the agenda. And as you said, I'd rather not spend hours of, dais debating over verbiage and all of that. So 5% really is my only issue.
Are there other highlights that other council members have that you would like council to consider?
If I may, regarding so I think Attorney Chris, you mentioned that there were some mandated guidelines pertaining to the number of occupants based on a room size. May I ask if that was mandated before? Why have these short-term rentals been able to not have that, or not have to abide by that occupancy rule?
Well, there's no regulatory ordinance right now.
So if it is state mandated, and we've actually allowed, what I'm trying to say is that I think that I don't have a problem with short-term rentals in Ferndale. I'm all for policy and compliance regarding owners and non-owners. However, I just think that is there something in the ordinance that will say, or the short-term owners will have to state that because of our room size, we can only house one person? Is that
through the chair? I think that is built into the review of the application process, where a proposed applicant would indicate they have this proposed unit and it has bedrooms of certain dimensions, and then Emily's office would, perhaps with the Granicus or not, would consider what the maximum allowed under the ordinance or proposed ordinance would allow for. So it would be based on the dimensions of the bedrooms, but in no event would it be allowing for more than 8 persons per short-term rental unit.
May I ask a clarifying question as part of what I heard from one of our, someone who talked about the 120 square feet as a prohibitor of putting a queen size bed in a room? Ferndale homes have small bedrooms, and I know people squeeze in a queen size bed, and I think that's what the intention was around that, right? If you can only if it's 120 feet or square feet, but it's still, you can fit a queen size bed, you would expect 2 people to be in that short-term rental. Am I reiterating what I heard correctly from the commenter?
That's what I understand, Mayor.
Okay, so I think the clarity in the ordinance we need to understand is that if it can fit a queen size bed and 120, square foot room, it is logical to assume a married couple or partners, whatever, are going to rent out that rental and sleep two in that room. Under our current ordinance, is that prohibited? I think that's the clarity question.
It references the definition 70 square feet per bedroom, and then not a second person unless there's an additional 50 square feet that gets it to 120, in which case there could be then 2 people per bedroom. But if council wants to say no more, if it wishes to address that minimum and thinks that the minimum shouldn't be 1 but should be 2, then that is a change that could be achieved, and it would be easy enough in the occupancy section to say the minimum total overnight occupancy of a short-term rental shall be 2 and shall not exceed 8.
Okay.
If that's kind of what the direction of council is.
I would agree to that because that takes some math out of staff's purview of determining bedroom size based off of reading ads. So I think that is the clarity people are looking for as part of this ordinance, but I'm going to rely on the ordinance committee members because I know that addition to the ordinance came after January 25th as part of public comment that we heard that folks were worried that STR rental owners would be squeezing people in rooms that shouldn't be a room. That was a scenario that was trying to be clear and avoided. Am I correct on recapping that? Okay, so would that be consensus around, oh, Dan, you're gonna have to repeat what you said, as part of the change to the ordinance, as part of the discussion with council?
Yeah, if council.
A minimum of 2.
Minimum of 2. And I can indicate where that would be. That the proposal would be to amend it in section 7-157, parent 2, small a, the last sentence, which currently says the total overnight occupancy of a short-term rental shall not exceed 8 people, would read the total overnight occupancy of a short-term rental shall or may be 2 persons, but shall not exceed 8 people. Maybe it should be people instead of persons.
I'm going to leave the lawyer to determine that verbiage.
So can I ask a point of clarification on that? Dan, with the verbiage that you just said, something along the lines of maybe as few as 2, I just want to make sure that we're not prohibiting solo travelers. And the way that you phrased it, I don't think that we are, but we are acknowledging that a 1-bedroom may accommodate 2.
Yeah.
I think I was inartful, but essentially it would be that the overnight occupancy of a short-term rental unit shall not be less than 2 and shall not exceed 8 people. Oh, no, that doesn't get that.
No, that doesn't.
This is why writing policy at IS is difficult.
Well,
I think what you want to say is a bedroom.
Can't you lawyers use plain language?
Through the chair, can I suggest council adopt the ordinance with the amendment reducing the 10% to 5% if that's where you are. And then we can just bring back an amended ordinance at the next one. So at least you get the clock started.
And
on
do
next
the
day.
consent on that? Yeah.
And we'll do a text amendment through the ordinance committee.
Okay.
Love that idea.
Okay. Okay.
With that in mind, I move that we adopt, do I have to read the whole stinking title?
Yes.
That we adopt the ordinance to amend Chapter 7, Business Regulations and Licenses generally of the City of Ferndale Code, Article 7, Public Lodging Houses and Multiple Dwellings, to add Division 3, Short-Term Rental Licensing, as published, with the exception that, scrolling down very quickly, with the exception that Section 7-158, density limitations, what currently reads as no more than 10%, should read no more than 5%.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman James, supported by Mikulski. And now we can go into further discussion and comment. Who'd like to start?
May I start as the movant? Number one, thank you for everybody's work on this over a very long period of time. Adding a brand new ordinance is always a challenge, especially in an emerging market that is changing and that we're all learning more about as we go. This discussion could have continued sort of infinitely as we made, more and more tweaks and learned a little bit more. So I appreciate everybody's flexibility, including right up until the last minute. Sort of the 10% block cap was something that came up very, very, very recently. So I'm not surprised that we ended up coming to some consensus closer to 5%. But some of the comments that I want to make really quickly, just to sort of highlight this process. One, I do want to acknowledge some of the highlights that I think community members can benefit from allowing short-term rentals in the community. One is that many residents rely on these to have family and friends come visit them. Ferndale's full of a lot of really small houses that don't accommodate guests. We don't have hotels in the community. Short-term rentals are a way that friends and family can be close. An unexpected benefit that I wouldn't have thought of, but walking down my own block last summer, my family ran into another family that was sort of auditioning Ferndale. They were staying in a short-term rental on my block. The wife was sort of pressuring the husband to move here. So they were trying Ferndale out for the weekend to see how it felt to live here. And especially for owner-occupied properties, it's a nice way. Someone said something about, if you're leaving town, if the dream cruise isn't your thing, well, renting out your house is a great way to, pay for wherever you're going to go. So I like that residents have the option to do that. With no ordinance, we've had very little ability to regulate behavior at these properties. And so residents who live near short-term rentals, who haven't had a wonderful neighborly experience, have been requesting some type of regulation for a very long time. I went back in my emails and saw that I've been communicating with Jason McCaffrey on this topic since May of last year. I know that the mayor and I believe Councilman Pollica have been fielding questions, and probably you too, Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May, have been fielding these questions and concerns for well over a year. And we've been working with this focus group since last fall. So, you know, a lot has gone into this. I know that people are eager to get it in the books. And so I'm glad that we can move forward tonight. And also, once we get this regulation in place, the intent is to sort of monitor it, see where things are going, touch back, circle back with our focus group, and see if we need to tweak it. Whatever we do tonight doesn't have to be set in stone. We can amend and further improve in the future. One final little note that I wanted to make, this might seem a little bit silly, but I actually think it's important to note. We've used the phrase grandfathered in a couple of times this evening, and I would encourage us to think about where that term comes from, that it actually comes from racist voting rights policies in the South, that it was a way of eliminating the ability for newly freed slaves to vote, but you know, white people whose grandfathers could vote got grandfathered in. So let's try to be mindful of that language and use language like legacied or some other phrase instead of sort of perpetuating the commonality of some of these racist terms that we still use. And that is all. Thanks.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? All right, I'll say.
I'll go. So I have been wanting an ordinance for STRs for several years. Mayor Piana, you know, we've had conversations several years ago about this, and you know, we just didn't seem to have the support with our council back then. So I really, really want to tip my hat and thank Councilwoman James and Councilwoman Mikulski for really taking this up. I know that this was not easy, and I really do appreciate you taking a number of my suggestions that I made at the last council meeting and placing them into the ordinance. I want to thank you publicly for you know, doing that as well. And I think this is a great start. I think, you know, in a year we'll review it again and tweak it a little more, and I'm sure we'll get a lot of feedback, but I think this is a great start. So thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Lakes-May or Councilman Mikulski? Well, I will go and just say that as Councilman Polka said, doing an STR has been on my to-do list for a while. And I did go to a training in an MML on short-term rentals, and that's when I really learned the in-depth problems going on in Saugatuck and Traverse City and all of the tourist cities. And so that's why elected official training is so important. It opens your eyes to other things. And I just want to say thank you to Emily and Joe for really doing a lot of research and reaching out to other cities. I have called a council person in Ann Arbor to talk about their no vote, of why they voted no on their ST ordinance. And we were very fortunate. Our former economic development director in Ferndale was also the Ann Arbor short-term rental writer in Ann Arbor. So we have someone who understood our perspective as a city, you know, comparing the two cities of a much larger city with a college population versus our city. So I just want to say specifically the steering committee members, who are Kelly Chow, Nick Hunter, Ann Howard, Jason McCaffrey, Julius Credidor, Debbie Whitefoot, and Randy Bergen. It really was a balance of residents who were impacted by bad actor short-term rentals, but also really good Airbnb rental managers. And I think really shared, for me, as someone who doesn't operate one, what it takes to operate a good one, to avoid the problems of noise and parties and ruckus. So that was really important for me to hear as part of this process. So thank you for your patience. This ordinance was delayed by 6 to 7 months because of the pandemic. We started, I think, in January, February of discussions and engaging the residents on the steering committee, and then had to put it aside. So again, I look forward to the report in the year. This ordinance is really going to give space for staff to actually practice and implement and tell us, as Laura Mikulski had said earlier, give us a retrospective of what worked well and what didn't work well implementing the ordinance. So this is a work in progress always, and we'll be listening to residents of how, and Airbnb owners, short-term rental owners, of how this is working and where, if any, adjustments need to be made in a year's time. So Emily, I look forward to seeing you in a year and with a good report out on what's working, what's not working. And then finally, it's really important to me that not only do we address concerns with residents about the negative impacts, but we are trying to address the demand in housing in Ferndale. We have high demand and not enough supply of housing that people want. And so we have some rental prices and housing sale prices that are numbers we've never seen before here. And a lot of that is out of our control, but the city can put and address regulations and go after the areas that preserve affordable housing and look at building new affordable housing. And the short-term rentals impacts affordable housing, and it can over time. And while we were talking about scenarios of 5% and 10% of how many houses could become, that hasn't happened yet. But I know we all are interested in prevention. So I think the 5% really is lowering that temperature of what we're willing to tolerate as a preventative, stronger preventative measure tonight. And we'll see where this goes as one of our strategies of addressing affordable housing, as there are many. It's not one size fits all type of approach with addressing our housing costs here. So with that, any other comments? All right, Madam Clerk, are you still with us?
I'm here. Mayor Pro Tem Leaks-May.
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski.
Yes.
Councilmember Polika.
Yes.
Councilmember James.
Yes.
And Mayor Piana.
Yes. All right. Believe it or not, folks, we're still in presentations 5D, and it is the annual presentation update by the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay, awesome. And let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, confirmed.
Okay. Alrighty, buenas noches, good evening, council, city staff, and the Ferndale community. Presenting the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission. On behalf of all the commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to share this update. Tonight, I will help put faces to the commission, share the commission's history, applaud last year's accomplishments, and outline where the commission is going for 2021. Without the commissioners on this page, it would have been difficult for the commission to experience the successes it experienced in 2020 and 2021. Each one of them brings a unique expertise that has allowed the commission to evolve. I want to take a few extra seconds to express my gratitude to each member for their numerous volunteer hours on the commission, committees, subcommittees, execution team, or just lending a hand to complete a project when called upon. Thanks to every single member on this page. Equally important are the liaisons and community members who have invested numerous hours to support the commission. Without their support, the commission would not have been able to function within the city or the community. The commission thanks every single person on this page. The commission has a 21-year rich history. Since its inception in 2020, expansion in 2000, expansion in 2001, and revalidation through the master plan, the commission has enjoyed broad parameters to support the arts in Ferndale. Recent historical examples include 2016 and 2017 mural projects. Each project was designed by a high school senior, and each design highlighted Ferndale's uniqueness and values. Each project involved the community, highlighted our Ferndale values of diversity, inclusion, and community. Based on the commission's rich history and leveraging previous successful projects, the commission was energized to welcome 2020. We reflected in January, elected new officers in February, and like everything else in the world, we came to a screeching stop in March. The choice for the newly elected officers was simple: to pivot. In March of 2020 forced the commission to pivot, but more importantly, allowed the commission to refocus. The commission reached out to former mayors, former council members, former commissioners, business leaders, and community members to understand what they wanted from an arts commission. Common themes started to surface: partnership, engage, activate, and survey. Based on this, we were able to narrow the parameters and gave us a litmus test to decide on projects. In April 2020, the commission launched a 60-day activation plan focused on specific projects: a new mission, a new logo, a new website, launching the Art Census 2020 survey, and developing a plan to increase our social media presence. I'm proud to share that by June 1st of 2020, all these tasks have been completed. Once again, thanks to the dedication of each of the commission members. Here's the evolution of the logo in 60 days. We understand that there is a new city logo for 2021, but we wanted to highlight and recognize the hard work put in by the commission in 2020 to develop this fantastic logo.
Why didn't you go with farts?
I'm sorry?
Why didn't you go with farts? Come on.
I know there was a lively debate on that, Mayor, to be quite honest, but we felt for PR purposes, probably not appropriate.
I think you made a good choice.
The Art Census 2020 was launched, and approximately 40 local artists have entered their data that serve as a database to connect artists with the city, the community, and businesses. We've increased our social media presence. We have benchmarked ourselves against the Beautification Committee, the city, and the DDA. Our footprint is significantly less, but with our social media plan, we have doubled our followers and can reach up to 11,000 unique users. And we will continue to leverage this reach to promote the arts in Ferndale. The commission has also been focused on strengthening partnerships with our regional cultural institutions. We have successfully connected with the DIA, the DSO, the MOT, MOTO, and the Hannon House. All of these institutions have established channels to connect with communities like Ferndale. The DIA Inside and Out project is the first fruit of these relationships. We will continue to engage with each of them to understand what additional programs can be introduced here in Ferndale. We also heavily focused on community engagement, and we will share some of those examples. By September, there was a yearning for art to be spread throughout the city. through generous donations from private citizens and businesses, Chalk Up Ferndale 2020 launched. More than 60 sidewalk chalk art was submitted for prize consideration. This event was done to coincide with the community-driven Backyard Art Fair. Summer 2020 also reminded us that art has a place to push society to be better. In June 2020, Ringwall reached out to us and asked us to help them elevate voices that are too often forgotten. Within 30 days, we connected the Ringwall with an artist via our database. Then the Ringwall led the project to commission this window display by African-American artist Drew Hall. COVID-19 eliminated all art fairs. Once again, the commission pushed forward, applying for and receiving grant dollars from the Michigan Council for Arts and Cultural Affairs and working closely with the DDA. The commission's idea was to connect restaurants with artists and use art as a means to help create social distancing between tables and allow artists to sell their art to restaurant patrons. This was successfully executed at Rosie O'Grady's with additional restaurants in the pipeline before stricter guidance canceled the program. The community has recognized the value of the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission. Several boards and commissions have reached out to us as subject matter experts to help provide suggestions, guidance, and recommendations. One example is the FAIAC logo, which the FACC provided support on. As you can see, the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission accomplished a lot in 2020. And yes, we are striving to be that ambitious in 2021. The Commission's mission is connecting our community through the arts and culture. That is exactly what we're going to do as a commission in 2021. The next two slides illustrate major projects the Commission will work on. The Commission will continue to build its artist database. The Commission will continue to grow and leverage its digital footprint. The Commission will successfully execute the DIA Inside and Out project. We will also continue to work with cultural and local partners to bring exciting programs to Ferndale this summer, fall, and winter. In addition, we will do Chalk Up Ferndale 2021, hopefully do an art fair or a version of an art fair, and we will continue to connect businesses with artists. Thus far, 3 businesses have already contacted the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission this year, looking to commission art to activate their outdoor spaces. Once again, I want to thank the commissioners, the liaisons, and the community for their support in 2020 and their continued support in 2021. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity to share all the exciting stuff that the Commission has been doing, and I am available to answer any questions related to the Commission.
Thank you, Mike, for your presentation.
Thank you, Council.
All right, I'm going to keep moving on, Mike, because we have about another 2 hours to go.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you. All right, so next up is call to audience. I'm going to ask everybody to limit their comment to 3 minutes. And we'll keep it going for about 30 minutes, but if the 30 minutes more is required, it may extend the period or continue public comment at the conclusion of the regular agenda items. And I will gently interrupt you to let you know when you've reached your limit so that you may wrap up. And I'm going to hand it over to Kyle. And remember, for productive conversations, comments should address issues, not people. Please address council and myself rather than staff, because they take policy and direction from the city council. Thank you. Kyle, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just trying to get our slide up. And right off the top, we have Julia Music.
Hi, Julia. Welcome.
Hello, Julia Music, 436 Silman. A couple issues. The first one, being that we started the meeting with affirmations, joining council. And a long time ago, and I can't remember the year, we had talked about some Homeland Security funds being used to help affirmations construct some cement barriers in front of their building. And it might be time to reopen that conversation, especially in today's climate, but also just because it is a dangerous intersection. We know from the Rialto's incident of 1 million years ago that glass windows with at the end of a drive can be really dangerous. So that was the first thing. The second thing is there's several residents, I don't know if they're all on or not, or if they're going to speak, but there's several residents really concerned about the state of the situation with Suburban and their dealerships that are at the end of Silman, Jewel, Channing, and I think there's one other block that is affected. A few of the issues that we're still having, and our first full meeting with them, even though the issues were brought up before, was in December of 2018, are things like speeding down the roads, test driving cars on the roads, illegally parking cars on a daily basis, litter building up on their properties, removal of no parking signs from the side of the street where there is no parking by the dealership, and then parking cars there. There seems to be no time for completion of the parking garage that the residents are aware of. The areas of the streets where some of the building and construction were done were never cleaned afterwards. Post-construction test drive cones and traffic cones are still up. We have a seemingly permanent porta potty on our block. And then we had a long-term family who has been in Ferndale since they're, well, multi-generational. The people who were living here were of the age of grandparents. They had 3 homes on the block that were their families. They have sold them and left them, and the dealership was a big factor in that. Additionally, we have 3 homes on our block that are still vacant, that are owned by the dealership, that have considerable dilapidation on the outside, and we are having a hard time getting those homes cited, but we also are concerned because there's a big push to have every home in Ferndale full of people, and we have 3 homes on our block that aren't even being used as rentals. They are just vacant. So these are some of the issues we're having with Suburban. I know I talk to some of you daily. I've been talking to Officer Emmy as well, or Chief Emmy as well. We just kind of want to know if our neighborhood can get some answers as to what we can do to move forward with getting the dealership to the level that we kind of expect. That's all.
Thank you, Julia, for continuing to enlighten us what's going on there.
And Mayor, next we have Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Hey, it's actually his wife, Jonna.
Hi, Jonna.
Hi. I actually just wanted to make a comment for the, I don't go on Facebook. I'm like the opposite of Jason. So I would like to just comment to the Arts and Cultural Committee if they could consider doing, they mentioned doing some other art festivals throughout the year. And I thought that it'd be really cool if we could do something to help the salons, because we are known as fashionable Ferndale in some sense, and we have a lot of great clothing companies or stores and a lot of great salons. It'd be cool to do a fashion show where they get to showcase their clothing, and the hairdressers could showcase their hair. And we could even get artists involved where the artists like to make clothing out of different things. So just wanted to offer that up as an option when it comes time to looking into those types of art festivals. That's it.
Great ideas. Thank you for sharing them tonight.
Thank you.
And Mayor, next we have Mike Flores.
Hi, Mike.
Good evening. Mike Flores on Whittington Street. So first, I know the meeting's running long, so just 2 quick things. First, of course, my strong appreciation for the Ferndale Arts and Cultural Commission as a private citizen. I just want to applaud everybody on that commission for their just dedication to the commission with everything else that's going on in the world. And then secondly, it's in regards to the contract or the legal agreement with the Ferndale Public Schools. I know that that item was postponed on the consent agenda to this council meeting because the details weren't available. And I've been checking the website since Thursday, and I still can't locate the details to that agreement or contract. So I don't know if that's going to be postponed again or if that's going to be shared, if somebody could provide some insight on that. And those are the two comments for this evening.
Thank you.
And then we have our phone caller, 9209, if you wanted to add anything. I believe it was Sherry earlier. All right.
Right.
And that's everyone, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Joe, can you have Marnie look into the topic, or if you, for the, oh geez, what's it called?
Through the chair, the land exchange agreement.
Yes, that thing.
I just sent the direct link to the person who requested it, and there was a security issue with the document. It's been corrected over the weekend, so it was reposted yesterday.
Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't see it on Saturday either when I looked, and so requested that it be fixed. And I also know that some attachments are in the agenda, but I can't see them in the agenda packet. So staff is still working through the Granicus quirkiness there. So, all right. Seeing we're done with call to audience, let's move on to the public hearing. So we have 7A, PY 2019 reprogramming, minor home repair, public infrastructure improvements, street improvements. And I believe that is Emily from the CED.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Yes, I'm here tonight for a public hearing on the reprogramming of PY 2019, or the shorthand that is, it's project year 2019. Historically, I'm going to share my screen and we're going to do a very incredibly brief and concise how we got here, and abbreviated history of CDBG. Okay, confirmation that everybody can see my screen.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the Ferndale 2019 CDBG reprogramming. As we talk about CDBG, I think the first thing that throws everybody off is the dates. So for clarification, CDBG projects we ask for in 2020, funds that will be approved in 2021 and will be spent in 2022 to 2023. So it's really kind of a very long timeline. So when we refer to a project here, we're just being very specific to the year HUD earmarked the funds for application. So not necessarily the year they became available to the community. For those who are new to CDBG, the acronym stands for Community Development Block Grant, and it is a grant opportunity that was brought to the United States through the Department of Housing and Urban Development in 1975 to allow communities easier access. There were funds that just continually went unspent because the grant process can be very difficult. And I'm saying that from 2021. I can't even fathom what it was like in 1974 when they first drafted this change. So it was an initiative by the president at the time and HUD to make these funds more accessible, specifically because they are for people who are typically economically vulnerable. So when we talk about how we are spending our CDBG projects here in the city of Ferndale, across the national stage, on average, our partners in other cities are spending 36% of their budgets across the board on public infrastructure, 24.7% on public housing, just short of 15% on administrative planning, public services at 10%, economic development activities at 6.3%, acquisition, which would be acquisition of properties or goods or services, at 4.9%, and the other category, just because, well, some things are harder to classify, others going to account for blending multiple of these project types into one individual project. Historically, Ferndale spends at our cap of 30% towards public services. Now, public services would be things like Haven, which is a supported through a CDBG project known as Services for Domestic Abuse and Sexual Assault Survivors. It does have a much longer title, but that's the truncated shorthand. Or yard services, which would be grass cutting and snow removal for handicap and disabled residents. So looking at all those things and knowing like we spend to the top of our public service cap, what we're required to do is make sure we always bring the highest and best value of our dollars to the city of Ferndale. So in the year 2019, when we brought our application in front of council at a public hearing for approval, we brought back the old program, minor home repair, with an allocation of $45,050, tree planting for $30,000. That's a typo there. Yard services at $10,000 and services for domestic violence at $5,000. And I'm wrong, that's not a typo. And at the time, our minor home repair was the highest and best use of those funds. The pandemic came and this entire release of funds to the city of Ferndale was delayed. But in that time period, we were still filling out our application requesting the 2020 project year funds in the amount of $63,035 for minor home repair. So we have 2 years of funding for minor home repair that have just been released and are ready to tee off. So that's why we're here to talk about reprogramming. The city of Ferndale, along with regional partners of the city of Detroit and the DTE Foundation, are looking to make infrastructure improvements. The plan is actually there's 2 items on regular agenda, item 9A1 and 9A2, that will be presented by the CED director that are tied directly to this request for reprogramming. So for anybody who's interested in sticking around to hear the deeper details of that project, we're seeking, CED is seeking to reprogram the funds from minor home repair in the amount of $45,050 to do street improvements projects, which is the HUD title for the proposed project, which would allow the city of Ferndale and its partners to make light improvements to the intersection at 8 Mile and Woodward Avenue that would involve lighting, curbs, streetscapes, which would include lighting, landscaping, or generally known as street improvements. Sidewalk and the other eligible items are installation of street lights, signs, general gutter work, bridge improvements, tunnel improvements. For this particular project, the funds will be used to contribute to the physical improvements of the 8 Mile Woodward Avenue Bridge, and they'll consist of improvements to the design and creation of public space intervention at the intersection, which will prevent concentrations of trash and debris and human waste, while though preserving safe and inviting access for all people. This effort will establish branded, artistic, and lighted doorway and to be welcoming to the city of Detroit and Ferndale. So environmental impact of this project as per required by HUD, it will be non-adverse to the community and surrounding area, and will not involve the known use of explosives. I do have to say that out loud here in the public hearing, if someone, for clarification. All CDBG funds for this project would be managed, if reprogrammed, by the City of Ferndale under the strict guidance and approval of Oakland County and the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. And that concludes our public hearing presentation.
Thank you, Emily. So with all of our public hearings, I open up public comment right after the staff presentation, and then we go into council questions and move into the motion and debate. So are there any public comment at this time on this public hearing? And so I'm opening the public hearing right now and asking Assistant City Manager Kyle to walk us through public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We don't have any raised hands right at this moment, but let me try phone number 9209 if you had anything to add on this.
All right, seeing none, I am now going to close public comment and it'll. Oops.
Photo finish, if you'll allow, Mayor.
Sure.
Bailey.
Hi, Bailey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I just had kind of follow-up questions, I suppose, on to what exactly rebranding the corner would entail, because that's why I came to this meeting tonight. I see the post, the meeting notice post, and I find issue with many of the bullet points and the project scope. I'd like to start with the project scope on how goal number 1 is to beautify the intersection. And all the way down at the bottom of your goals is to establish a plan to improve outcomes for homeless and panhandling persons. I belong to a group that's been out there since May of last summer, and I can tell you with pretty high confidence that many of the bullet points are just either untrue or bending of the truths. For example, there was not weekly to biweekly maintenance visits performed by MDOT. Those occurred from the end of June until maybe the middle of April. And after that, they were random, sporadic, without anyone knowing, and ended up becoming a point of problem where you can see bullet point 2 is to avoid the removing of personal items. But since the weekly sweeps did become random, many personal items were thrown out, such as clothes. And then obviously the network of all of these housing or this whole housing network, they have in fact housed one group of people from under the bridge and have not been there every week, coordinated weekly visits, unless that entails driving around and not seeing anyone and then giving up. And then of course, the main point here, the main problem that is being called out is that there's trash. But even the city has pointed out that it is mostly residents giving too much to the people who are under the bridge, even though at this point, no one is living under the bridge. So the debris that has been collected since essentially the new year has been pretty much all dumped from residents that do not live under the bridge. So I would just like to I would like to reprioritize goals, essentially, where establish a plan to improve outcomes was number 1, improve safety was number 2, account for history was 3, and then beautifying the intersection could be last, considering that is a very highly trafficked intersection, and the point of a welcome sign to Ferndale would be to welcome residents who probably weren't at Ferndale. And a distraction such as beautifying the local area might cause more problems than you're anticipating. Other than that, that's pretty much all I had. I was just hoping that we could answer some of those questions.
Thanks, Bailey, for your public comment. So now we're going to move into council questioning.
Mayor, do you want to close the
Oh,
public?
yes.
hearing?
Yes, I'm closing the public comment and moving into city council questions of fact for Emily about the project year amendment to the CBG fund reallocation.
I may through the chair.
Mhm.
So with, should this go through and the funds are approved to be reallocated, will there not be any funds for the minor home repairs for individuals?
Yes, if I may, due to the delay of the release of funds and for 2019 and then the release of 2020, we find that we have 2 years released right next to each other, essentially within months. So minor home repair would move forward completely as intended this spring, just using the 2020 funds in the amount of $63,035 instead of the 2019 funds in the amount of $45,050. But the residents served would see no impact in the application process and beginning of projects.
And may I ask, have there been any requests thus far?
I've had 2 requests for minor home repair so far. Both residents that have reached out directly are in the city process of notifications for release of application. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions from council, we need to move into motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the reprogramming of the PY 2019 minor home repair and the amount of $45,050 to the project public infrastructure improvements and street improvements.
Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May and supported by Councilwoman Mikulski. Madam Clerk. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go into roll call, is there any comment? I just wanted to say for the public comment, Bailey, I appreciate your comment and I ask you to stick around till our regular agenda item where we're going to be going over thoroughly all of the goals and intentions with the 8 Mile Woodward Bridge project with the City of Detroit. All right, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Polika,
Yes.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May,
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski,
Yes.
and Mayor Piana.
Yes. All right, we're moving on to the consent agenda, and it is the entire alphabet almost. I am going to recommend council add on as part of your amendment process is the affirmation resolution of support adopting. That was the first presentation item tonight. So I'm going to start off reading them. So 8A, approval of minutes of regular special meetings held March 8th, 2021 as submitted by City Clerk. 8B, approval of the land exchange agreement between the City of Ferndale and Ferndale Public School District as submitted by City Manager. 8C, approval to purchase a 2021 Dodge Durango from Ganalina's Van Dyke Dodge with equipment installation by Canfield Equipment Service in amount of $27,565 from account listed as submitted by the police captain. 8D, approval to adopt a resolution of street addition certification for Wilson Street and College Street as submitted by DPW Deputy Director. 8E, approval of the Department of Public Works Director to sign 2021 Water Main Improvement Program contract documents as submitted by DPW Deputy Director. 8F, approval of expenditures not to exceed $28,250 in support of the second phase of the Business Promotion Pilot Program, including an extension of the existing contract with Pitch Black Media, approval of a proposal from Studio Incognita for the design and optimization of advertising content and digital advertising expenses as presented by the CED Director, and further authorize the CED Director to execute all necessary project documents. 8G, approval of glass block window replacement at Fire Station Number 1 by Crystal Glass for $67,000 with the expense charged to General Fund Fire Department capital outlay as the department number listed as submitted by DPW Facilities Manager, and approval for DPW Facilities Manager to sign agreement with Crystal Glass after approval by City Attorney. 8H, approval of full service pest control for municipal facilities by Rose Pest Solutions in the amount of $8,784 annually with the expense charged to General Fund Facilities Maintenance Contractual Services, account number listed as submitted by DPW Facilities Manager, and approval for DPW Facilities Manager to sign agreement with Rose Pest Solutions after approval by City Attorney. 8I, approval of fee schedule item short-term rental ordinance enforcement and licensure. HA, approval of the annual software license of $8,796 per year to Granicus for short-term rental software compliance software as submitted by the Assistant Building Official. 8K, approval to adopt a resolution declaring a state of emergency for the City of Ferndale to ongoing effects of COVID-19 as submitted by City Manager. 8L, approval to adopt a resolution to recommend qualified licensees for Ferndale School District as submitted by DDA Executive Director. 8M, approve the annual contract for Zoom virtual meeting services in the amount of $5,798.50 and authorize the City Manager or his proxy to sign attached agreement as submitted by the Assistant City Manager. 8N, ordinance to amend Chapter 7 Business Regulations and Licenses generally of the Ferndale City Code, Article 7, Public Lodging Houses and Multiple wait, scratch that. We removed that. Sorry. 8O, approval to confirm the mayor's appointment of Deanna Wiltz to the Ferndale Housing Commission for a term ending May 2nd, 2025, as submitted by Ferndale Housing Commission Executive Director. 8P, approval to backfill one dispatch position left open due to a recent resignation of a dispatcher as submitted by Human Resources Director. 8Q, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by City Manager's Office and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee. And the recommended 8R, approval of the resolution of support of affirmations. And I see a flag by the City Manager. What did I miss?
Nothing. Through the you did not. I'm just adding complexity where I wish I didn't have to. I would recommend council table item 8D. The records have not been recorded yet with the registry of deeds to our satisfaction. So I would recommend tabling that item till April 12th.
All right, I will move to approve all items on the consent agenda except for item 8D, which we'll take up at a later meeting, and skipping 8N because we already passed it, and just highlighting that we will add the resolution to support affirmations that was read during the presentation section of the meeting.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman James and supported by, was that Councilman Polika?
It was indeed.
Excellent. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May,
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski,
Yes.
Councilmember Palika,
Yes.
and Mayor Piana.
Yes. Moving on to regular agenda 9A and 9A1 and 9A2. 9A1 is consideration of the interlocal agreement between the cities of Ferndale and Detroit regarding cost sharing and partnership on physical improvements and human services support at the intersection of 8 Mile and Woodward Avenue, and further. 2, consideration of professional services agreement between the city of Ferndale and the people of Detroit LLC for physical improvements to the 8 Mile Woodward intersection, subject to the approval of MDOT and any other necessary parties regarding the proposed 8 Mile and Woodward improvements. And we probably need to take 9B together as well, or separate. We're gonna take them separate. Sorry, they're two different things. Sorry, folks, it's getting late. All right, Jordan, welcome to the stage.
Through the chair, just before Jordan begins, I'd like to clarify, the mayor is pointing that Jordan ended up providing 2 motions, one for the interlocal agreement and one for the bid award per the interlocal agreement within 9A. There were additionally 2 different items, but they're both subject to each other. So he combined into one item with 2 motions. And with that, Jordan, if you could go ahead and introduce the item.
Hi, Joe, Mayor, Council. I apologize. My computer crashed and I found another one and just got everything booted back up. So I apologize. Are we on the 8 Woodward item? Okay, cool. I'm seeing some head nods. So Mayor, I just want to thank you for taking the time to take a while to read that consent agenda item because I booted up just in time. So we'll go ahead and I'll share my screen. Okay, can everyone see the presentation?
It's still loading.
Okay.
Confirmed.
So I'll get that back up. So I apologize. Thank you everyone for bearing with me. Okay, so first I want to take a quick moment to, I know it's late and I know it's been a long agenda. Who's been hanging with us this evening are several of our project partners from the city of Detroit, the 8 Mile Boulevard Association, as well as the firm People of Detroit LLC. They have been tireless partners in this project over the past several months and working on 2 years now, trying to get all the governments that share this border, as well as several nonprofits, as well as the target population we're aiming to serve, and the neighborhoods around this intersection all together around the same common cause for a holistic project. So I know the agenda juggled a bunch of items tonight, and we just talked about the public hearing that was related to reprogramming some of the funds related to this project, which was a critical first step. But what this item will do is it talks about 2 pieces that are critical to formalize Ferndale's participation in this project. To date, we've just been one of many staff on the other side of 8 Mile working together on this project. And so I'm going to go over the whole project scope, as well as the 2 items that are on the agenda, how that all fits together, and then what the project would look like if these items were approved this evening. See, I told you. So here's the recap of the project. So Detroit, Ferndale, and the 8 Mile Boulevard Association are working with Oakland County and Wayne County and MDOT to improve the status quo at 8 Woodward. So, and we look at that in 2 ways. So that's human services and physical improvements. We don't see that as zero sum. We don't see that as either or. One of the anchoring values of both communities going at this project are both issues have to be addressed and need systemic improvements in the way the status quo is managed. So these 3 elements are what we kind of organize those components around. So for those folks that are experiencing chronic homelessness and other challenges, increasing access to housing and support services, improving the intersection to make it safer, cleaner, and more accessible to all who use it, and forming lasting partnerships with all government agencies and partnerships with service providers to ensure that this work can live beyond the momentum that's been generated to address it now. One of the biggest Achilles heels of the project of addressing the twin issues here at this intersection is there have not been formal agreements. It's been entities attacking this individually and at times collaborating loosely, but even as was alluded to by the citizen who commented during the public hearing in the previous item, you see spotty results. And so we're trying to correct that. And so that's one of the big components of this project. Coordinating staff and agencies. So again, I mentioned Detroit and Ferndale, and I'll open it up when I finish my presentation to give the opportunity for my colleagues to add any few words if they would like. They've been hanging out with us here, but multiple departments of the city of Detroit, their Department of Neighborhoods, their Department of Housing and Revitalization, their mayor's office, and Councilman Roy McAllister Jr. of District 2, which borders Ferndale, has been championing this project along with Mayor Piana on our side, and multiple citizens serving on the design team selection committee. And I'll talk about that in a moment. Ferndale, we're a smaller organization. All of those different departments fall under CED here in Ferndale. So we've been involved with our city manager's office, obviously Mayor Piana, multiple citizens serving on our side on the team selection committee. And again, I'll talk about that momentarily. The 8 Mile Boulevard Association, nonprofit founded in 1993 by the governments along 8 Mile Road to create these types of coordination opportunities. They're also involved providing administrative and fiduciary support to the effort. The Continuum of Care. This is a network of human service providers on both sides of 8 Mile, whose services include housing, workforce, physical and behavioral health, and more. So the Continuum of Care refers to a network. And on each side of 8 Mile, there is that network. And there's a point organization that represents all the others in that continuum. So for Detroit, that's an organization called Hand Detroit. And on the Oakland County side, the Alliance for Housing. Those are the coordinating entities that help make sure all the other entities that provide human services are at the table. And so they've been participating with us in weekly staff coordinating meetings to plan out this project and cross one hurdle at a time. Every element of trying to put something together, this team has been meeting as staff to put together the proposals that are in the documents in the agenda item for this packet. So the scope, I wanted to kind of address and just kind of help outline, knowing that all those documents kind of lie out the different pieces. I wanted to summarize at a high level. The scope of this project was driven by a lot of things. Surveying the individuals at the intersection themselves. We actually had a survey done recently by Cass Community Services. By the way, there's a project page on the City of Ferndale website and the City of Detroit website that you can see all the documents that I refer to as we go along. But there was a survey of these individuals to identify what their needs and challenges are, how long they've been in the situation that they're in. We've had 3 community meetings in the past year, each attended by over 100 people. So we've gotten input there. We've had individual street outreach engagement where community nonprofits such as Community Housing Network have engaged these folks and tried to meet with them and identify needs as well and connect the services where possible, as well as agency input. So in order to make this project work, we had to make sure that we could organize all of the agencies involved, the different local governments, the Michigan Department of Transportation, all of these different nonprofits, and understanding what their strengths and limitations are and how the rules are that they operate so that we could build something that everyone could plug into and so that the work can be sustained. And also to limit that silo effect so that whether it's one of the individuals trying to access services or a resident just expecting to see things get cleaned up, both things can happen in a streamlined, consistent way. So that's obviously something we're trying to build as a new status quo. So if you look at the guiding values in the center there, I won't read all of them just in the interest of time, but they are all important and they're listed there not in priority order. Those are just our guiding values that have informed how we approach the 2 pieces of this project. And again, this is not an either or. We see both of these as critical. And I'll talk about that more in a moment, but you can see what we mean when we talk human services. The main element of human services is case management. So dedicated personnel, just like in my role here in Ferndale, one of my roles is to help navigate businesses through permit approvals and getting loans and grants and other types of resources to help them thrive. Case management will do that for these individuals through needs assessment, helping identify what their needs are, connecting them to services, and walking with them every step of the way, every form, every question, every bureaucratic interaction, helping them make sure they can get to these 3 things: securing safe, affordable, and permanent housing, connecting to appropriate wraparound services, and then reducing the need to rely on panhandling to meet basic needs. Now, baked into this is something very important, especially to folks that have participated in these community meetings and the project team. We recognize that we're dealing with human beings here. This is not a flipping a light switch type of activity. This is not always a straight line. Human beings have agency, they have free will. And so we go into this work recognizing that, but trying to put a process in that give people choices and empower them with information and access to resources that they probably did not have before this project started. So that's really the focus there. On the physical improvements, we're talking amenities, lighting, and art. So we want to invest in improvements and maintenance resources for the intersection that do the following things. And you see these three here. Again, this is about being positive, welcoming, and safe without hostility toward any user of the intersection. There will still likely be panhandling at this intersection when this project is over. But what this is talking about, if you focus on these two items here, it's about making sure that there are not excesses that create unhealthy, unsanitary conditions or prevent the use of the area by others who are trying to move through it. So this is trying to answer both sides of the issue in terms of ensuring that the intersection itself is safe and welcoming and well cared for, and that the people who are using that intersection as a source of income, that we're balancing these efforts and trying to set boundaries that allow all to use that space. And then at the bottom there, supporting these efforts with documented and funded processes, which did not exist prior to this coming together. So making sure that we identify the agencies responsible, where's the money coming from, who reports to who, and how this effort can be sustained so that when staff turnover inevitably happens at every organization, all this progress is not lost. That's been, I can't overstate that enough. That's been one of the biggest barriers to systemic change at this intersection on both of these fronts, is that there's continuous turnover and there has not been documented agreements to put this stuff in place. So that's what we're gonna fill that gap as part of this project. Budget. So this is anchored by city investment on both sides of 8 Mile, but it's to be supplemented by donations to support, some of which we've already received. So if you look at how the budget is stacked, $100,000 for human services toward case management. That's coming from the city of Detroit. They're also using CDBG funding for this. $5,000 from the city of Ferndale coming to seed Hand Up accounts. So what we've done, if folks are familiar with GoFundMe, Hand Up is like a GoFundMe for folks who are experiencing challenges, life disruptions, etc., and they're looking for a helping hand. So Hand Up Detroit is administered by an organization called Lighthouse, and these accounts function like a GoFundMe. The accounts are live. We've actually already started receiving some small dollar donations, but right now what's going on is we're working with service providers, and we're going to be working with the individuals themselves to identify what their needs are, how money raised gets allocated, etc. But that account is active, and so $5,000 will go from the city of Ferndale to seed that account to encourage other donors to pile on. Detroit is working on a comparable donation, so there's money coming toward this effort. On the physical improvement side, that's what we're talking about from Ferndale tonight. That's coming from the city of Ferndale, coming from reprogrammed activities in my department, in the Public Works Department, and then obviously you saw the CDBG item as well. So this is about funding the labor and materials related to the design, procurement, and installation of these improvements. And there will be community meetings along the way. I'll talk about that more in a moment. But you can kind of see $205,000 secured. And if council approves this budget item tonight, that'll be officially secured for this project. From philanthropy, I can't announce who the organizations are just yet, but I can say that more than $20,000 is already committed. And there are others on the sidelines watching to see if this project becomes formalized. And so we expect to see that number grow to expand the scope on both sides of this project. So we're also in conversations with MDOT on a maintenance funding process. So there are areas on the trunk lines, so your Woodwards, your 8 Miles, if you will, where MDOT partners with cities to fund maintenance, things like mowing grass, picking up litter, etc. We are working with MDOT to create a similar opportunity here. And as a matter of fact, the chief elected officials in all the jurisdictions involved have sent a letter to the director of MDOT indicating their explicit support for that maintenance agreement, as well as all their aspects of this project. So the local jurisdictions have really thrown their weight behind this. I really appreciate our council, Mayor Piana, Councilman Roy McAllister Jr., and Mayor Mike Duggan, obviously Executive Coulter and Executive Evans, very, very helpful in helping us move this ball down the field so that when we marshal these resources, we can have the support from the state to ensure that these improvements and these programs can be maintained. So that's the budget. Moving along, so tonight's items, there are two pieces to this puzzle. There's a professional service agreement between the City of Ferndale and the People of Detroit LLC. What that would do, so the People of Detroit LLC was chosen. I mentioned the community meetings, and I'll show you exactly the dates on a timeline on a subsequent slide here. But the People of Detroit was chosen from a request for proposals, a public call for projects led by the 8 Mile Boulevard Association, plus a vote at a community meeting where input was provided on 2 proposals that were submitted. So there were 2 firms to choose from. People of Detroit LLC was chosen. We worked with People of Detroit to talk about negotiating logistics and timing and schedules. And so you see this professional service agreement, which is the result of those negotiations, that gives us a schedule of when things will be done, when community meetings will happen, when renderings are delivered, the whole enchilada. Detroit and 8MBA are providing support on project management, but what's going to happen is because of the way MDOT works, a municipality has to apply for the permit to do the work on a state trunk line. So Ferndale will be the permit holder. And so we're being the coordinating entity with the support of Detroit and 8MBA. And again, we will have community meetings to get input on the plan concepts prior to any procurement and construction. We're not going to allow anything to be built that doesn't have community input. So that's very important to us. It's on the previous slides we talked about. We're not looking for hostile architecture. We're not looking to push anybody out. We're looking to create a space that's welcoming for all. And we want the public to help us make sure that we meet that goal. So that's how that's going to work. And this agreement puts People of Detroit in the project formally as a vendor, officially working for the City of Ferndale, but working on behalf of this project as part of the project team. So that's what that piece will do. Second piece is the interlocal cost share agreement between Ferndale and Detroit. So what this does is it formalizes the commitments of Ferndale and Detroit regarding support of the project scope and provision of funding for specified improvements. That's very important because Ferndale's standpoint is we recognize that we're pooling different sources of funds so that the whole project can happen. But we've been adamant from the start, and Detroit, to their great credit, has really respected our desire to make sure that if we do not want to fund physical improvements unless human services are happening. So while there's been street outreach that's been happening sporadically prior to this project, we want to see the street outreach begin. We want to start seeing the service referrals, and Detroit is working in good faith on that. Their RFP for those services, for which they're going to be hiring a grassroots firm that's actually been working with these folks for years. That is included in the packet. So you can see the scope of work there, all the thought that went into that, and how Detroit is prioritizing funds for that. So again, this document ensures that both components of the project move forward and complement one another. No either or, no zero-sum game. And it also ensures commitment for both cities to formalize an agreement and funding source for long-term maintenance. So we don't want to do all this work and then not have that in place. So, and then finally, of course, it allocates Ferndale's portion of funding to the project contingent on MDOT approval. So that's what these 2 items that are attached to this presentation account for, and that's what council would be voting on this evening. Project timeline. So this effort that's before council and the public tonight, the initial project announcement was at a community meeting on July 30th, 2020. So, and I'm going to just hit the highlights just to kind of be brief here, but I can take any questions on this. We picked the design firm in December at the end of the year, another community meeting. We've been working on the scope of work that you see before you since then. Detroit is finalizing their RFP process right now. Here we are today at the council meeting. If these items are approved, we expect to have a rendering by approximately mid-April. The schedule is in the packet. That's what we're working toward. And we would have a community meeting complementary to that. So we can do a check-in with our residents to make sure that this concept is hitting the mark. And if that goes well and we land on the right design, we're working with MDOT on permitting, which we expect the permitting process to be done by July, at which point the physical improvements work would begin. And we expect to finish that by the first week in October 2021. So we all know how Michigan construction seasons go. So I put October 2021. You know, it could be Halloween at the latest. But if you look at the schedule, we actually we're thinking that if things go moderately well, as we know, they never go perfectly well in construction, but if they go moderately well, we could be done by the end of September, possibly the first week of October. And then once that work is done, the case management RFP actually, which is looking to begin in April, that will continue for at least a year. So part of why I say at least is because of the philanthropic fundraising that we continue to do, we want to extend the lifeline of those services. Right now, thanks to Detroit's involvement, we have at least a year of runway to co-create a plan and a service referral scheme for these individuals and with these individuals that they're going to have input on. We'll have the Hand Up campaign running as well. And so those services would conclude under that funding arrangement in spring of 2022. So that's generally the project. And then the idea is after this, while we're finalizing the construction and while the RFP work is being done on human services, we are working with our entity partners to package this in a model that, one, can be sustained in terms of process at all the agencies, and two, can be replicated. Other 8 Mile Boulevard Association member communities, Hazel Park, Oak Park, Southfield, all of us recognize that, one, this project will not solve homelessness, but two, folks are congregating in other areas throughout our region, and this is not an issue exclusive to Ayton Woodward. So what we're trying to do, and our neighboring cities are watching very closely, is create a model that balances these two issues, health and safety, with compassionate and effective care for folks experiencing homelessness and other challenges, in a way that can be replicated and effectively take on these issues. Because what we found, and just to editorialize for a moment, a lot of these folks that are in these areas, they slip through the cracks on programs. There are plenty of programs that exist, but some of these folks, like if you don't have a driver's license or a stable address, you can't fill out a form. You can't have something sent to you. And so your ability to engage in a process is limited. So we're trying to correct that through process. So that is generally what we're looking at here from a timeline perspective. With that, I want to thank you all for indulging this presentation and for all the partners that have been involved in this. And I guess before we go to question and answer, I'd like to just invite any of my colleagues from Detroit or the 8 Mile Boulevard Association who would like to add a few words.
Give me a minute, Jordan. I'm going through and I'm muting folks.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. I'm here on behalf of Councilman Roy McAllister, Paul Corbett, and I just wanted to thank Jordan for his work on this issue, organizing our little group between Ferndale and Detroit. His efforts have been integral in terms of getting us this far, and also thank Mayor Piana and Pro Tem Leaks May for their support so far. And just also say that when a contract does come before Detroit City Council for the human services aspect of this project, Councilman McAllister will champion that and make sure that our side of the border approves that contract and moves this project along. We've been intentional from the beginning that this would be both a physical improvement as well as a human services improvement. So he told me to make sure I made that commitment loud and clear because we are on the Detroit side committed to being genuine partners in this endeavor. So that's really all I have to say, other than thanks again for having me, and thank you, Jordan, for your fantastic presentation.
Thank you for being here and representing the office of Councilman McAllister. I really appreciate it. And will you let me know and maybe send the link to the council agenda item in Detroit so that I may provide comment and express support from this side too? I would be really thankful to given that opportunity to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
Hello, everybody. All right, looks like my mic is unmuted. I'm Noah Stevens, and I am the principal of the People of Detroit. I'm heading the multidisciplinary team that is installing the physical improvements at the intersection. So I grew up in Highland Park and used to bike out to Ferndale to go to the comic book store out there a lot as a kid. So to have the opportunity to return this intersection to its intended use, which is as a thoroughfare for pedestrians and cyclists, really means a lot to me, and I'm excited to see it moving forward and looking forward to working on this project.
Thank you for being here, Noah, and working with both cities on finding a concept that the residents can support.
For sure, thank you.
All right. This has been a very long process getting to this point. Going to open it up to questions for council. And I have a couple questions too. So who'd like to start tonight?
I could start. I really just have two very brief questions, and they're points of curiosity for me. You had mentioned that there were some philanthropic donations that could potentially be coming through. As those come through, if they exceed what we currently have allocated to the project, how would we then allocate some of those funds? Would it go towards human services elements? Would it come back to council for any sort of approval? Could you describe that just a little bit?
Good question.
That's a great question. So one of the value adds that the 8 Mile Boulevard Association is providing to this project is they're going to serve as fiduciaries. So all the funds that are raised beyond the budget that are here will go to that organization, where all of the mayors that are member cities, mayors and supervisors and county executives, they have a vote. So the board of directors for 8 Mile, through their role, would help steward those funds. And we would, frankly, it wouldn't be a straight approval process to the city councils. What we would do is we would make sure that through the 8 Mile Boulevard Association that both cities have input, because basically what we would make sure we can do is, as bids come back on the physical improvements, the first priority to make sure that both projects as laid out can be funded. And anything beyond that, I don't want to speak too boldly. I think it would be a collaborative process between the two cities. And we haven't sort of decided, like, will it be an even split? I think it's sort of where would the most impact be. So if there's an opportunity, for example, to extend the human services timeline to do additional work, that would be something we could do. If we want to upgrade some of the improvements, if bids come back and the money that we have, $100,000, doesn't get us all the improvements, and an extra 10 grand will make the difference, we will apply it there. The 8 Mile Boulevard Association, through stewardship with like the design committee that's already selected, that's involved with helping finalize the design, as well as the community meeting process on the human services side, as well as the continuum of cares. All of these agencies would help partner to identify the right spot for those funds.
And can I add on to that? More simplified is that residents have great creative ideas about how to use lighting and beautify the intersection, but we're constrained by the $100,000. And some of that is to actually cover the costs of the consultant, right? So it's not all going to capital. So the funds raised, the more we can raise, the more we can expand maybe the art and the concepts that the residents have come up with and have mentioned in the joint community meetings between both neighborhoods on both sides of 8 Mile.
That's exactly right, Mayor. Thank you.
Did you have another point of curiosity? I thought you had two.
Just one other point of curiosity. So what happens if MDOT does not approve the physical improvements?
So if MDOT does not approve the physical improvements, the agreements that council would approve tonight, if you chose to do so, would not be binding. So they are conditioned on that approval. I will say that that is technically an outcome that could happen, but frankly, MDOT and their staff dealings with our team have indicated a desire to work with us and get to a yes. If they're going to be a no, they'll tell you right off the bat. That is if there was only one endearing quality I could identify from MDOT, which there are more than one, but that is certainly the one that comes to the top and is most consistent. If it's going to be a no, they're not going to waste your time. And frankly, their team has worked hand in hand with us, and we're basically building. Noah's team is doing a great job in working with MDOT to make sure that everything that they conceive of accounts for MDOT's specifications or improvements on a trunk line. So we're kind of designing, we're teaching to the test, if you will. So we're setting ourselves up for maximum chance of success. And the two city teams don't see an MDOT no as an acceptable outcome, but they are working with us. And the MDOT director actually acknowledged receipt of the support letter from all the elected officials. So this is on their radar, and everybody is working toward that, yes.
Yeah, if they don't sign it, I'm rattling some I'm rattling some cages up the elected.
Say that I can't, but that's yes.
So, all right. Any other questions from council? The one question I had is on reporting and accountability as regards to maintenance with the MOU. Can you talk a little bit about how that is going to be identified? Because, you know, a lot of people look at how often it's getting cleaned. And is that going to be articulated in a future MOU or maintenance plan that both cities agree to as part of addendums to the local agreement or something similar?
Mayor, that's a great question, and absolutely. So we specify in the documents related to these items, we talk about creating an agreement. We didn't want to be overly prescriptive because we weren't sure. We wanted to leave room for MDOT to help decide what instrument would be appropriate. And so as we've been meeting with their folks, we have talked about operations agreements. We've talked about replicating what we do for the medians. And so, yes, the idea would be is we have a written document that is signed off on by all entities, and it identifies who the staff are that are responsible, where the funding comes from, and how to apply for the funding, how to contract for the services. And in fact, the DPW director, Carlos Kennedy, has been a great partner in sharing the documents related to the median partnership that we have for mowing and litter pickup. So there is a structure that we can build from. It'll likely mirror something like that, but our goal is to make sure that this is documented and institutionalized at every agency, so that turnover doesn't kill the collaboration.
Got it. Thank you. I think that's the final question I had. All right. We need a motion on 9A1 first, and then a second motion on 9A2, as they're two different agreements.
Through the chair, can they be read together or do they need to be completely separately voted on?
That's up to the discretion of council, how it wishes to handle it.
Okay. I move to approve the interlocal agreement between the cities of Ferndale and Detroit regarding cost sharing and partnership on physical improvements and human services support at the 8 Mile Road and Woodward Avenue intersection, and further approve the professional services agreement between the city of Ferndale and the people of the city of Detroit, LLC, for physical improvements to the 8 Mile and Woodward intersection, subject to the approval of MDOT and any other necessary parties regarding the proposed 8 Mile and Woodward improvements as submitted by the CED director.
Support.
Moved by Colibus, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May.
Through the chair, I'd just like to make some comments.
Sure.
So first of all, I want to thank all the residents and businesses that participated in various meetings over the past year. I want to thank Mayor Piana and Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May for taking the leadership roles in this project. I want to thank our partners with the City of Detroit and the 8 Mile Boulevard Association for your continued dedication to see this project through. And I want to thank staff for all their incredibly hard work and efforts that you've made to really make this project have life. I might not have been involved to any great extent on this project, but I know that a lot of work has been invested by a lot of people to bring us here today. Finally, I want to call out Jordan Twardy. I know that you have had to play double duty with your CED director position with the City of Ferndale and your position as director of the 8 Mile Boulevard Association. You should really be proud of the work you've done here, because I'm proud of the work that you've done.
So eloquently said, Greg, and thank you. I can't imagine a better set of team members to bring this project to this point. And Jordan, you have been a tremendous asset. I mean, who knew when we hired you away from the 8 Mile Boulevard Association to Ferndale that you would be at the helm of such a major project again. So your experience and connections and knowing how the city of Detroit works really has been spot on in making this partnership with the city of Detroit work. And I'm really proud of, I don't know if we're the first like suburb Detroit interlocal agreement on something like this, but if we're not, I'm still very proud of what's going on here and the regional model, not only from maintaining 8 Mile for future intersections with other cities with Detroit is now on the table and we've said it, but also the human service side, changing dynamics. And honestly, it's been a gift too. Who knew our mayor was going to become the executive of Oakland County? So when I really say these set of players just all came together, that changed the dynamic. Because we had been banging our heads on the wall for a couple of years, is saying, how do we make progress? We're trying so many different ways of making improvements to the conditions there, as well as reaching out to the homeless to make sure there's a compassionate response. And so it's been a very complicated project. And I come at it with is like, we just needed to, confess it. We just don't have all the resources in Ferndale to do what was needed. And we needed a partner who could help. And Detroit has been an exemplary partner and lending their homeless expertise and weight to this. So kudos to everyone who's been involved and my partner, Councilman Roy McAllister and the city of Detroit. And thank you for DPW for everything you've done over the years to keep health and safety conditions for the intersection and during a pandemic. Okay. Madam Clerk, before we start snoozing.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May,
Yes.
Councilmember Mikulski,
Yes.
Councilmember Polika,
Yes.
Councilmember James,
Yes.
and Mayor Piana.
Yes. All right, folks. Ding, ding, last one.
Thank you,
9B.
everyone.
You're welcome. 9B, but as 2 parts, consideration to accept the bid proposal for TSP Services, Inc. for the Wanda Geary Park Improvement Projects and award the contract amount of $2,092, $170 and accept the Givels Webster 2021 Park Improvements Proposal for Construction Management Services in the amount of $42,575 to be paid from the accounts noted below. And 9B2, consideration to approve in-house purchase of park amenities as listed through direct pricing in amount not to exceed 100. I feel like I'm losing my ability to pronunciate words at the end of this long agenda. All right, who from Parks and Recs is teeing this up?
Hi, yep, this is Lorena Wheeler.
Hi, Lorena, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for staying till the end.
No problem. I'm excited to present finally the Geary and Wanda Park Improvement Project for this year. So I'm just going to give you a quick timeline of where we were to get up to where we are today. So all in all, in 2018, we were awarded an MDNR grant for Geary Park in an amount of $81,700 and Wanda Park in the amount of $41,000. Following that grant, we secured additional grant funding throughout 2019 to 2020 from the American Bloom, a DTE energy grant for Geary. American Bloom was for both sites, Wanda and Geary. DTE was Geary only, and American Academy of Dermatology grant for Wanda Park, and that was for the pavilion. We received approval from MDNR in late 2019, where we bid the project publicly. and we presented the project to council right at the beginning of the pandemic in March. And due to the unforeseen impacts of the pandemic and what was going on, because everybody was just kind of in a tornado and a windstorm with last year's pandemic, the project was put on hold, and we were asked to find ways to reduce costs. And the best way for us to do that was to reduce the project scope, which directly reduced the project budget as well. So here we are today. We bid the project out. We rebid it with a reduced scope and budget in mind, and we received awards. No, I'm sorry, not awards. It's late. We received bid proposals back from about four firms, with one being the lowest bid, which was TSP Environmental, and it was within or close to what we had projected for our budget for the most part. So I'm just going to go over, I know we had I gave a presentation a few weeks ago with regards to where we are with council. So I'm just going to do a brief recap of Wanda and Geary. So Wanda, what you see here is the master plan, the overall master plan that's for Wanda Park. We broken that down into phase 1, which is the reduced scope, which is what you see here. The differences between the original scope, which is the master plan, and phase 1 is basically the reduction of the concrete walkway. We originally had about 1,100, close to 1,200 linear feet of pathway, and now we're at 450 linear feet. The pavilion remains, the amenities remain the same. Landscaping was reduced, but there's still some beautiful landscaping that will go into Wanda Park. And then because of the reduction of scope, you have additional reductions in price, such as site demo, mobilization, site prep, and the landscaping savings. I briefly mentioned the grants that we received earlier. So just to recap, we have the MDNR grant for $41,000, American in Bloom for $25,000, and American Academy of Dermatology Association grant for $8,000. And that's a total of $74,000 in grant funding. We estimate the project to be close to $231,000 to complete the Wanda Park project for the phase 1 scope. And after you deduct the grants from the total cost estimate, the total impact to the park bond for Wanda Park will be approximately $157,000. All right, looks like this was in there twice. So the scope is for the construction of Wanda Park. The project is basically going to be handled from a contract with TSP Environmental, and we have some in-house work being done by DPW. So all in all, TSP will be installing the walking paths and some of the underground work, such as irrigation and electrical, and they will be preparing our amenities, the preparation for that, such as the concrete paths that our amenities will be installed on. And DPW will actually be doing majority of the demolition and the installation of the amenities and pavilion, as well as site utilities and the landscaping. And I am going to go on to Geary Park, unless there are any specific questions about Wanda and how we did break it down in phases. So if additional money becomes available for Geary or Wanda in the future, we can add on and complete the entire master plan or the next phase of the master plan. So for Geary Park, this was the original phase 1 scope. And this is the reduced scope. So just the paths basically along the west side of the park traveling towards Lewiston Avenue has been reduced. Again, I'll show you the original. So this path has been reduced, and it actually cuts off here directly to our fitness area, outdoor fitness equipment. And then we continue the path along Earl Boulevard and through the middle of the park and connecting to the restrooms, which is what you see here. And then we have the path connecting. This is basically the grant scope, but we have the path continuing through Earl Boulevard, or length of Earl Boulevard, all the way to Pinecrest. And that's what you see here. This would be the skate park, just to put things in relation. So the differences, again, is basically a reduction in the concrete walkway, as well as a reduction in the amount of amenities that we plan to put in the skate park. Same amenities, but just not as many at this time. And then the bid alternatives, we only included the walkway extension along Earl Boulevard that I just mentioned, and not the basketball court or the plaza area around the skate park. And similar to Wanda, TSP is going to be responsible for basically installing all of the walking paths and prepping for our amenities, so including the concrete paths for the amenities as well, and installing the outdoor fitness equipment. And DPW will be doing some demolition, which has already started to take place, as well as some of the utility installation for like the drinking fountain and installing the park amenities and striping the parking lot. So again, MDNR is giving funding, or we have award amount for $81,700 from MDNR, $13,000 from American in Bloom, and $3,000 for DTE for a tree grant, and that's $97,700 in grant funding for Geary Park. Our construction estimate is $203,780. So once you deduct the grant, we would have a total impact to the park bond of $106,000, $106,300. And the second part of this press or ask is for construction management services for Giffords Webster, who's the city's on-call architect. And their services will include contract administration, construction inspection and layout, material testing, grant administration, records drawings, and act as the owner's representative to ensure that everything that is being done in our best interest and according to the scope of work and drawings. And lastly, the third part of our ask is for the city to be able to directly purchase our amenities up to $100,000. And some of those amenities include ADA accessible benches, trash bins, drinking fountain, the exercise equipment, the pavilion, and the picnic tables, as well as supplies that are needed for DPW to make these improvements in our parks. And the benefits of those by us doing that is having a reduction in costs, a competitive pricing. Again, we won't have to pay for additional labor or markup from having a consultant do it for us. And an example of some of the savings in 2021, we actually had an alternate in our bid document to get a quote to have the contractor install the pavilion on our behalf. And that was approximately $17,000. So with us doing it in-house, and that was mainly just labor, not the cost of the pavilion baked into that. So with us doing it and having it installed in-house, we just saved that cost. So our allocations would be to TSP services in the amount of $292,170. Giffords Webster and $42,575. For amenity and supplies, as I mentioned, up to $100,000. And our source of funding will be from our park bond upfront, will be from our park bond in the amount of $368,000, and our parks capital outlay for $66,745. So the total upfront cost, which would be spread between fiscal year ending, this current fiscal year ending in June 30th, and the upcoming fiscal year, is $434,000, $434,745. Please excuse me. And the grant reimbursement total for both of these projects is $171,000. So just to put all this in relation to where we were and where we are now, for contractual services last year this time with our original scope, we were looking to award 610,000 approximately, and currently with our reduced scope, we're looking at 292,000. And for CM services, it was 80,000 last year, where we're at 42,000 this year. And our in-house purchases was reduced by $78,000. So a total amount in reductions of $433,493. Any questions?
Thank you, Lorena. I think this is like the 4th or 5th iteration of this presentation in the last 15 months since the pandemic started. This project was the first project impacted immediately by the pandemic. And I really believe it's the same meeting that we had to cancel it a year ago and delay moving forward with the original contract. So I really appreciate you reconfiguring and, reconfiguring this project multiple times to make it work so that we didn't leave money on the table. Are there any questions from council about this presentation? And I'm just really glad that you got it over the finish line and can start actually bidding out and getting it done.
Thank you. We're really excited, and the community has expressed their excitement as well.
All right, Madam or City Council, we need a motion.
I motion that we accept the bid proposal from TSP Services, Inc. for the Wanda and Gary Park improvement projects and award the contract in the amount of $292,170 and accept the Giffel Webster's 2021 park improvement proposal for construction management services in the amount of $42,575 to be paid from the accounts noted below. And consider to and approve in-house purchase of park amenities as listed through as listed through pricing in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
Moved by Polika and supported by, was that Mikulski? I was looking away. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Mikulski?
Yes.
Councilmember Polika?
Yes.
Councilmember James?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May?
Yes.
And Mayor Piana?
Yes. And that concludes our marathon council agenda items. And now we're moving on to call to council, starting with the city manager, reviewing what updates from our department directors.
Through the chair, I believe we will retire our comments this evening. I will submit any updates from departments through writing to council following the meeting tomorrow.
I really thought everyone wanted to go to midnight.
Extra innings.
I still hold the record.
All right, City Council, are there any updates? I'm just gonna not call on you, just free for all.
Through the chair, if I can just say something really quickly. Number one, thank you to all staff and residents, any other attendees who hung out tonight. This was a long meeting with a lot of important stuff to tackle, and I just want to acknowledge everyone's work and attention. I turned my camera off a lot because I was yawning and didn't want it to catch on. But two quick announcements. One is that last week I attended on the city's behalf the SEMCOG General Assembly, and I wanted to acknowledge that Mayor Piana was elected to the SEMCOG Transportation Coordinating Council.
I'm a sucker.
Yeah.
Transportation.
And also last week, Mayor Piana and I attended an open house for our police department recruiting new employees. And I just wanted to thank and recognize the work of Dan Jacey, Captain Spellman, Chief Emmy, for a really impressive presentation. And I especially just wanted to acknowledge and thank the emphasis that was put to these potential hirees, our citywide commitment to anti-racism. I think making that clear to employees or potential employees right off the bat is a really important step, as well as embracing an LGBTQ inclusive and affirming community. I just wanted to sort of highlight that for folks, and thank you for inviting us to sit in. That's all.
Through the chair, I just wanted to comment. Former Councilwoman Julia Music mentioned about a barrier that was talked about a while back and to be installed in front of affirmations, and we did. We worked with the DDA for a while and developed a really beautiful concrete rainbow bench that we were going to install. It needed to be anchored into the ground, and some things happened with design, and then employees left, and then COVID hit, and there's been a delay after delay. But I think we really do need to revisit that and make that a priority. And I think Joe wants to make comment on that.
Me, through the chair, yeah. Lena Stevens, the DDA director, sent me a note when Julia spoke up that the actual bench is in production. The DDA board did move it through, and it was paid for and supported with an Oakland County Main Street grant. So thank you to Oakland County. And it's in production right now, so we anticipate that it will be installed this spring.
Excellent. Glad to hear that. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. Happy spring.
Right, if I may, through the chair. Well, we covered a lot of ground tonight, and I just really want to thank everyone involved. And I just want to point out that whether you've been directly involved in the topics that we covered tonight, whether it be a committee or of some sort, I just want to thank you all, because I think that the work that we do, we all do together, and it's just really important to acknowledge that. We can't do it alone, and it's just, I'm so grateful to have all of you to work with, the department heads, council, just the community even, I'm really grateful that we're able to work together to push projects that can move the city forward and just make this just a more inclusive community, an enjoyable community for all of us. Also, I want to acknowledge and let you all know that my heart goes out to the attacks that happened in Atlanta. To be attacked, particularly the Asian American population, to be attacked just because of who you are is just unacceptable. And I just want to be known that my heart goes out to the community, those members who lost loved members of their family for over a senseless tragedy. And it just makes me even more grateful of the anti-racism that the city of Ferndale is committing to, and may other communities adopt such or take such steps. And that's really all. I'm tired, but great work tonight, everyone, and I'm really proud of you.
Thank you, everybody. It's like a group hug at the end. I go to bed at 9:15, and I get up at 5:15 most days. So I'm going to leave the eloquent words to Councilman Brewer James and Mayor Pro Tem Leaks May tonight, because they said it best. We all work better as a team, and I always say I'm a better council person because we have great staff, and we get things done together. So with that, everybody, sorry we didn't make our 12 midnight record, but we're ending at 11:18, Have a good night, sleep good, and see you tomorrow.
Good night, everyone.
Night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.